Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
Dati mihi Anglican police, Reverend Fluffy. That's literally not true. I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Welcome. A live view outside the Airbnb as we're waiting for the asphalt resurfacing, slurry seal. I'm not going to get into that one again. I already stepped in it figuratively this morning. So, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. Hope you had a fantastic lunch. I'm here this is the last time I'll be live from the studio in the Airbnb, except for the podcast tonight. Podcast is like the one final time I get to enjoy this crappy chair before we head to Idaho, and then back down to Utah, and then to North Carolina. So big travel plans in the mix for us. So I could have parked in the driveway, just for the record. They haven't done anything other than just cover the manholes. So I could have parked in the driveway this whole time. But we are getting set for court. We are going to join day 2. Day 2 is where we're at. Let's see. Where's camera 8? I need that one just briefly. Where'd you go? This one. Okay, there we go. All right. We're going to join day 2. Select, no, back, super source. Why is it not letting me? Oh, I'm already there. That's why. Okay. Quick checkup where we need to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's standard. Sorry, doing tech guru stuff right now that I should have done before I started the live stream. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Boom. There we go. All right. We're getting set for court. I do not have my counter. It was at 12. We were supposed to count how many times that some reference to jumping or leaping or flying or hurdling or something like that occurred. But it's at 12 right now, so keep count for me. I'm going to see if I can go steal the iPad. I think the kids are using it for school. My son has a live art class that he participates on online, and I think he's using it for that right now. So we'll let that be for now, and we've got just a few minutes. This is the case of Deobra Redden. Deobra Redden was he was in court in Las Vegas. I think it was in courtroom 3A in Las Vegas. Being sentenced for a previous conviction, I believe for attacking a relative or a friend or something with a metal baseball bat, which doesn't sound friendly. Sounds very assaultive in nature. He's being sentenced for that when he just becomes irate. When he realizes he's about to be sent to prison and not just released on probation, he becomes irate, jumps the bench, jumps the table, first of all, the defense table, sprints to the launching point and launches himself over the judge's bench, tackles her out of her chair. This all happened on video. This went viral when it happened. Everybody was watching this. And it took probably several minutes from start to finish before they could actually fully restrain him and get him removed and get the judge up safely out from under the table where she got knocked or hid where he was trying to attack her. He's here in court now, so we've had opening statements already. They're not saying he didn't do it, right? That's not the thing. They're not saying it wasn't me. It's not a whodunit case, but this is most definitely more of was he aware of what he was doing? Did he know right from wrong when he did it? So this is I believe an insanity plea is what we have. But the jury gets to decide all those facts. So this will proceed with testimony today. We expect to hear from both the judge who was attacked as well as from her law clerk, who we heard was not supposed to work that day, but instead showed up because he changed his mind. He's like, I like my job so much, I'm going to be there anyway. And he showed up and ended up being instrumental in helping pull Mr. Redden off the judge and restrain him. So good times all around. So we're gonna pick that up. The judge is supposed to be back in court straight up at 2:00. So we've got about 8 minutes before that happens. I've neglected to bring chat on the screen. It's only been a month of me doing this, and I keep forgetting every single time, which is important because Jamie, there you are, Jamie. Hi, says Jamie. Hey, can I have that? Thank you. When it's fully charged and everything, love it. Okay, Jamie, we have a counter iPad. Hang on. But they closed my counter. Count this. I know we were at 12. Oh, this is a different it's a different iPad. That's why. Okay, 12 it is. Let's see if we can get the counter back on the screen. I told you I was going to change the counter name, which I promptly did not do. Let's see. 7. No, it's going to be camera 5. There it is, camera 5. So now I get to make amends by fixing it right now while we talk. Just 1 second here. We are doing a thumbnail for this trial, and it's coming along quite nicely. Thank you to all those who are working. We originally called this the leap say counter, which is very creative, but we're going to change it to court hop. Court hopping counter. Mostly because they've talked about a bunny, but let's see. Transparent background, compress the file, save the download settings, PNG. Here it comes. It's coming in. There we go. Share with, not WeatherWatch. Share with this computer. All right, it is in. Okay. This is the somewhat arduous process I have to go through to get things working here. There's a copy of counters. We'll put that in camera 1, and now let's turn on DSK1 and see if it works or not on air. Bingo! Court. Please tell me I spelled that right. Court hopping. Court hopping. Jamie, first in chat today. Thank you, Jamie. Not sure if you realize what you did, but should that be hyphenated? Court hopping? Sounds like it's a hyphenated issue. Being first in chat means that you're sentenced with internet ownership. We're punishing you for doing something good. You thought you were doing something good. We're going to punish you anyway. And it's going to be basically you're responsible for fixing everything internet related worldwide for all the users, everybody. So Jamie, good luck with that. And thank you for taking this on. Will you be streaming tomorrow while you drive? Chris, we're leaving in the morning. It's about a 4 or 5 hour drive, I think, to Boise. It depends how we stop and when we stop. But I probably will not be streaming tomorrow. And because it is a full day of court tomorrow, we're probably going to send you over to one of our good friends like Trial TV Live or Kurt from Uncivil Law, or I'll try to see if I can find some more names of some of the great content creators out there that are covering this same trial, so you won't miss a day of what happens in the bench jumper trial. All right. It was Mathis's idea. It was great. I like that. All the ideas have been really good. You guys are a really, I would say you're a good cookie. What do you call that? A smart cookie? Tam here says, yes, the Recovery Addict, I finally caught you live. Saw you when you did a live in or near Park City. I couldn't remember the name of your channel. I found you. Tam, thank you. Wonderful. Hit the subscribe button, Tam. It's free today. It's free. So hurry and do that, and then you'll never lose us again. Ring the bell, though, as well. That's important. Hey, little RA, how you doing? Hang on. He thought I was talking to him. Nope, it's all right. Love you. Michelle's Mixed Media Madness, member for 10 months, says, can't believe I've been hanging with the best people for 10 months. Woohoo! Love this family, this friendly and safe community. So it's like a family as well. Let's see. Uncivil Law is not streaming tomorrow. He's traveling. He and I have the same idea. So maybe Trial TV Live is going to be the best option. Let's see. I'm smiling big time. I'm a subscriber as of now. Tam here. Thank you very much. I probably should have warned you. I probably should have said something about this, but once you join, you can't leave. It's very much like Hotel California here. I figure you're okay with that, but I probably, full disclosure, I should have said something sooner now that it's too late. But welcome. You're among friends. You're going to love it here. Wogger says, is Hey Little RA code for can't you see I'm streaming right now? In a way, but I also like to, if they have a question for me, one of the amazing perks of working from home or working mobile and my family being able to be with me is that I really can be with them. And so if they need me, I can be like, hey guys, I got to go. And then I'm gone. So it's cool. Love it. That particular little RA is one who I think would be most prone to walk in my same footsteps. He's a ham, first of all. He loves to just ham it up on camera. And he loves it. And he can run most of my equipment by himself. So, Tam, thank you very much. Let's see. Donnie says, Karen will call you on your first podcast tonight with Weather Watch. Yes, a few other people are like, I didn't know I couldn't leave. I had never tried, but I didn't know. I keep trying to leave, says J-Gaz mom. I keep trying to leave, but come back. So you never really left. All right, there's a whole trench worker rescue. I was watching that. First of all, that scares me to death. If you guys have ever worked in a trench, which I've not worked in the type of trench that size that they're talking about, but been around trenches in construction. The earth is just a crazy thing, and sometimes you think it's going to do one thing and it does something else. And so you think you might have a nice firm walled trench that's would stand up to a zombie apocalypse, and the next minute the walls just like an avalanche collapse in on you, and it's a suffocation risk, because even if your head were exposed, the pressure of the dirt around you as it settles and pushes in, it prevents you from breathing. It's scary stuff. So I saw there was a huge crew of firefighters out there working, and I heard that the victim was not trapped to the point where he was unable to breathe, which is good, because he'd been there for 90 minutes when I watched. Greener said, when I walked in Aria's footsteps, I got a stalking charge. Hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Sorry, Greeners. But if you complete probation, we'll drop the charges. Must be the one who was behind the driver's seat and describing the audiobook to us. Let's see. I think it was. I'm trying to remember if it was him. Well, everyone was behind the driver's seat, except for my wife. Let's see. So much going on lately. It's been crazy. It really has. Just testing our audio from court. Nothing yet coming from the courtroom. Yes, the one that snuck the golf clubs. That's the one. The one that snuck the golf clubs. Who has not been able to use the golf clubs. Although we live next to where a golf course used to be. Between the 5 years we've been gone and when we came back, the golf course was converted into a whole bunch of houses. A whole bunch of houses. like an entire city's worth of houses is on the golf course. It's a sad moment. I know Weather Watch is crying, very, very sad, real tears right now, hearing that a golf course got, what do they call that? Developed. But it was a beautiful golf course. But the locals called the golf course the Sponge. The Sponge. That was not the term the golf course used. They had their own little saying for it, which was much prettier. But the Sponge was the golf course, mostly because when you walked around on the golf course, you felt like you were walking on a sponge, and your feet often got wet. It was just a very marshy. Marshy might be the word. So probably for the better. Now it's people's houses. Connie Munster says, Recovery Addict, howdy. Been mostly lurking lately since I got myself a new job. That's awesome, Connie. Boo-hoo. I'd rather be hanging out with all you all today. I'm sorry you got yourself a new job, sort of, but also happy for you. Congratulations, Connie, on 15 months. That is great. Won't anyone think about the golfers? What about the golfers? We have some great courses here. Most of them are up higher in elevation than lake level next to the Great Salt Lake. But there are some good courses. Rebecca says, I'm on the other side of the world and still here with you and never leave. Love you guys. Thank you, Rebecca. Enjoy your time on the other side of the world. That sounds fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. I missed a milestone. I will go back and get it. Just 1 second, Christy. Unless I missed it like earlier in the day. I will find it. I apologize if I did miss it. Let's see. All right. We've had Michelle's Mixed Media Madness. Can't believe I've been hanging for 10 months. Thank you very much, Michelle. We've got Misconduct for 17 months. Became a member watching Letitia because the chat was so mad. I've enjoyed every day of it. Thank you, Misconduct. Appreciate that. There it is, Christy G. Best place on the internet. Love my RA family. Hey, are you headed to go see friends? Yeah. Am I not buttoned up? Am I? Apparently, the stream is a little more risque today than I thought. I thought this button was up. How long has it been like that? Do you want to bring me some Cafe Zupas? Wisconsin cauliflower. Oh, so probably a gallon of Wisconsin cauliflower. And then anything you want, if you want anything for yourself as well. That would be good. Second to that, In-N-Out Burger? Or have you had too much In-N-Out Burger lately?
Somebody's little sour grapes.
What did I eat again? Well, you guys had In-N-Out Burger yesterday.
Healthy food. Just remind me again how your pants feel. Don't those feel amazing?
Loose. Which is good. Which means I have room for an In-N-Out Burger.
Here's what I'm thinking. On our way back down, let's stop at Zupa's because that would be really yummy.
I love Cafe Zupa's Wisconsin cauliflower soup.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. They could put crack in it. I would still buy it. It is so...
They might. It's really good.
Don't sue us, Cafe Zupas, and please don't stop making it. It is so delicious.
Right.
It's really yummy.
Okay. Court started.
Please
Sorry.
be seated.
We'll see you. Love you.
All right. It's Mr. Okay, Mr.
Christy,
Reddick.
thank you very much.
Okay. We're waiting on a couple of jurors.
Always waiting on
Is there
jurors.
anything that we need to discuss outside the presence of the jury?
Check the...
We forgot to put on the record that Mr. Arnold was also stipulating states proposed 62 and 63 yesterday.
Okay, is that right, Mr. Arnold?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. When the jury gets in here, I will go ahead and announce that. Anything else? No. Okay, well, hopefully these jurors will get here soon. You may sit down.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So defendant is here. You may sit down. Please, it makes us nervous when you stand. We think you're that much closer to the judge. Waiting on jurors. Somebody go check the casino, please. Look for the one-armed bandits. I was going to show you Mrs. Ari. She was just walking down the road on my on that shot. You just barely went out of frame. Somebody go check the casinos. The quarter machines, I think, you would probably most likely bet because we pay them in quarters here in Las Vegas. Red Pen gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Red Pen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also, welcome to the gallery, somebody. I don't know who this is, but somebody, welcome to the gallery. I would say it wouldn't be the same here without you, but I I don't know who this is. It's we have a new friend. We have a new friend. That's all I know. It's a new friend. I'm not sure if YouTube just messed up and forgot to grab your information for that. But please feel welcome. Welcome, new member. Thank you, good friend member. This is a different judge than the one who was attacked. It's Pinky. It's Pinky. Clearly, you can see from the profile picture. It's Pinky. And now it's gone. It disappeared. It's Gillipud. That's Gillipud. Oh no, are you guys buffering? Was there a buffer? I think it's better now. It looks better on my side. Oh no. What just happened? Okay, the buffer went up to % and it's now going back down. Are you back? I'm showing live now. It looks good. Jamie, this is all you. Jamie, both hands on deck, Jamie. If you could hurry and fix the internet really quickly. I'm not saying it was Broken Baker, but he showed up and a problem started at the same time. So you might want to just look at the logs and see if he maybe brought something in. Just kidding. Broken Baker, welcome. Good to have you here. Giving you a hard time, that's all. We had a Baker raid is what happened. Broken Baker raid. Jamie fixed it. Jamie, I don't want to...
So, Judge, juror number 7, Shannon Bushop, she got lost. She's close by. And juror
Why
number
would you
11,
say...
Jose
Whoa. Why would you yell her name on open mic? So,
We're
Judge...
just waiting on the jury.
So, Judge... Juror number 7, beep, and yeah, she got lost. Now we know. So,
Yeah, we might as well go off the record.
We might as well, in case we want to just name all the other jurors who are here. Oh, man. That was bad. That was so bad. Why did he say her name? Does the judge care what the name is? The judge can just work by the numbers. So I'm going to reach out to my new friend on Facebook who may or may not be a juror. No, just kidding. Okay, how do you get lost? Get into court? He just said 2 names. I yelled over the second one. But the first one, it's out there. It's out there. I guess the second one's out there as well. Yeah, I was just perusing someone's social media because it's that easy to find somebody. That's a problem. Man, that's a problem. I cannot believe that. 2 days in a row we've had major issues, and this one is all, I would say, it's on the bailiff. But I mean, the name. I mean, it's played out there. If you go to any feed that was covering this and replay it, except for ours, mine, you're going to have me yelling over it. But I am curious. It's always good when jurors don't post anything about being on the jury on their social media feed. And it looks like that's the case here. Well, I can tell you the makeup of at least one juror. Sandra Oliver, what's this trial about? Well, the defendant, who was just on the screen there before we were looking at the judge, is accused of jumping over the bench of the last court he was in and trying to kill the judge, like live during court. Everybody there, attorneys, bailiffs, judge, everybody. Absolutely nuts. Why is Zoom called Blue Jeans? I think it's a version of Zoom that the court uses. It's like a Zoom-like software. Anyway, we're off the record because we're waiting for two jurors to either win more in the casino and leave with their winnings, or lose everything they brought and then proceed on to court. As soon as that happens, then we're going to continue. Consequences for this case. Well, 2 attempted murder charges. I think both of those have a maximum of life in prison. I don't know what the minimum is. He flew like Superman over the bench. Let's see. Attempted murder, are you serious? Yes, they're going with that. And this is the point that the defense is actually focusing in on for the defense. They're not saying it wasn't me. They're saying 3.6 seconds. That's how long he went from just calm, relaxed, no problem, to, oh crap, I'm about to be sent to jail. I'm gonna, I'm taking somebody down with me. They're saying 3.6 seconds is not enough time to form intent, which is a required element. They need to prove that he had intent with this attempted murder charge. So they're basically using the Sarah Boone defense, saying it wasn't intentional, or that the intent was not to that extreme. Unfortunately, we've got the whole thing on video, and we've seen it frame by frame in slow motion, and it looks pretty extreme. So I think that prosecutors might have an easy time with this one. Is he restrained under the table so the jury can't see? I don't think he is. What we do know is the defendant is medicated. He was originally found medically incompetent, but able to be competentized. What? Returned to competency. I just made up a word that's not a word. Returned to competency through medication, and they've done that. And it was so successful, and his behavior changed so dramatically that that I believe he's been completely without any, restored to competency. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Psychosaurus Rex. Stabilized. 3.7 seconds doesn't matter as far as the law goes. How many times have we heard an attorney say split second, thought and action? That's how much time it takes to form intent. Thought and action. 3.6, I can have several thoughts in 3.6 seconds. And I could probably do several actions as well. Today on the docket, we have a new word. It's on the spelling test at the end of the year. All the new words I've been using will be on a big spelling test. I'm not sure what the winner gets, but I was joking with Mrs. R.A. as we're trying to pack up everything to leave early tomorrow morning, and she's like, I don't know what you're going to do with all your stuff, because she's used all the space, right? She bought a bunch of books. We've got some clothes that came in for the wedding, things like that. Things that we didn't have before, we now have. And we didn't have room before. And so she's done all her packing first, and now she's looking at my gear, and she's like, I'm not sure how you're going to make that fly, because, yes, competence.
Go ahead and invite the jury in.
I was joking with her saying, I'm going to have to gift away some of my gear. I don't know what else to do. Maybe the jury will be admonished to be on time. This is the second day in a row they've been late. Just rent a U-Haul. Unfortunately, the trailer hitch is already in use. So I can't rent a U-Haul trailer. I'd have to rent a U-Haul truck. And driving that all the way across the country would be cost prohibitive. There's very few things I own that would make it worth doing that. Although it would be cheaper than buying all new gear for the studio. Winner gets the leather-bound, gold-gilded pages edition of the Recovery Addict New Dictionary. I suggested this, but she bought them at thrift shops, so she's like, it's not worth that.
Okay. Will counsel please stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you all may be seated. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be getting started in just a moment or two. It is very important that you be here on time. We've lost about 18 minutes. So you're all like brides. We can't get started without all of you here. All right? All right. First order of business is that the parties have stipulated to the admission of exhibits, plaintiff's exhibits 62 and 63. Those exhibits are admitted. All right. Next witness, or first witness.
They're doing something.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Mary Kay Holtis.
Sorry, I just have to show you. They are actually, that's the stuff I'm talking about. That's the stuff right there. Mary Kay Holtis, this is the judge. The judge that was attacked is being called in right now. That's how quick they can do the road. It's amazing. Yes, that was asphalt juice. That's what I'm talking about. Now you see that the name is appropriate for what you saw, right? He's really enjoying that water.
Can you please raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
And can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Mary Kay Holtis, MaryKayHolthus.
Is she in her judge's robe?
Did you get that? She said that really fast. Yes, I got it.
I'm a little nervous on this side.
Gonna do 420, 15 months. Thank you very much. She's like, hello again. Oh, it's you.
Counsel?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Are you currently a judicial district court judge?
I am.
How long have you been on the bench?
Since 2019.
And were you elected or appointed?
Elected.
Since then, have you handled what we refer to as a mixed docket?
I have.
Can you describe what that is for the jury, please?
It means I do half criminal and half civil. So on some days I'm doing civil trials and calendars, and opposite days I'm doing criminal.
I want to focus in on criminal calendars. What types of matters are you handling on a day-to-day basis?
All types that come to the district court, which are basically felonies and gross misdemeanors.
Are there various types of hearings associated with criminal cases?
There are.
Would that include arraignments, guilty pleas, sentencings, revocations, and trials such as this?
It would.
Can you explain to the jury briefly what a guilty plea hearing is and how it kind of unfolds?
A guilty plea hearing is when, obviously, most cases don't go to trial, they negotiate, and it's a negotiation between the defense attorney and the state. Defendant will enter into a guilty plea agreement, and then at the guilty plea hearing, we do a canvass. They review paperwork, sign off on it, and then we also engage them orally to make sure they understand everything they're doing and the rights that they're giving up in exchange for their guilty pleas.
Subsequent to a guilty plea hearing, is then the matter set for sentencing?
It is.
And what is a sentencing?
A sentencing is when they're going to be sentenced pursuant to negotiation or otherwise, whether they're going to get probation or prison. After we accept the guilty plea, we refer the matter to parole and probation. Parole and probation does what we call pre-sentence investigation report, criminal background, social background, medical background, all the history of the individual for consideration ultimately in passing sentencing.
Are there times in which a criminal defendant will appear in front of you out of custody?
Yes.
And are there other times in which they will appear in custody?
Yes.
As a result of that, are there some sentencing hearings in which people are remanded into custody from out of custody?
There are.
Are there security measures in place in the courtroom for these out-of-custody defendants as well as the in-custody?
Well, there's security in the courtroom. We have marshals and we have corrections officers watching. I don't know per se if there's anything special.
No, that answers the question. Are there times in which you will sentence someone to probation?
Yes.
Other times in which you may send them into custody, correct?
Yes.
When you sentence someone to probation, are they still monitored by the court in some way?
Not by the court, by parole and probation.
And what is parole and probation?
Parole and probation is the division responsible for supervising individuals that are on probation. They may have to report, they tell them what to do, help them find jobs, or put them in programming, get evaluations to see what kind of programming is best to serve that individual.
Are there times in which defendants who you presided over will get probation, they'll go out into the community, and then they'll essentially mess up on probation and something?
Yes.
And would they be brought back in front of you at that point in time?
Not right away. Sometimes P&P tends to work with them a lot of times to give them multiple chances. But at some point, when they get to a certain level, then parole and probation will put on what we call a violation report, saying that they're violating their probation. Judge, it's time for you to take a look. We think they should go do their time now.
And then that goes in front of you, and what's that proceeding called?
Revocation hearing.
At revocation hearings, do you essentially make a decision if the defendant should remain on probation or be remanded into custody?
Yes.
I want to bring you back to November 20th of 2023. On that date, do you recall whether or not you took a guilty plea from the defendant in a prior case?
I do not specifically.
Okay. When I say the defendant, do you understand who I'm referring to?
I do.
Who?
Mr. Redden.
Do you see Mr. Redden in court?
I do. Sitting between his two attorneys over there at the table.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Okay. There's three gentlemen, and he's
the middle
right
guy.
In the middle?
Yep.
Okay. Let the record so reflect.
So as you sit here today, you don't recall taking a plea from the defendant?
I do not.
If I were to show you a document that memorializes that plea, would that maybe refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
Me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God.
There it was. Yes, you may.
Sorry.
You may approach. She doesn't have jurisdiction in this courtroom.
So I'm showing you court minutes as well as a guilty plea from November 20th of 2023. Are court minutes essentially a record of any court proceeding that happens
They are.
in the courtroom? Do you recognize your name on there?
I do.
And do you see journal entry which suggests that you took the defendant's plea?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be on November 20th of 2023?
Correct.
Do you remember which charges he pled guilty to?
Attempt battery, substantial bodily harm.
Okay.
That I remember.
Okay. And so on this particular date, when you took the defendant's plea in the prior case, was he released from custody?
He was.
And was that pursuant to an agreement in the guilty plea?
Correct.
When he's released from custody, I would presume he goes back out into the community. Is that
He
right?
does.
And then you set a proceeding to follow the guilty plea.
Correct. The sentencing date.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about the sentencing date. You mentioned that you received some materials to review in order to prepare for a sentence.
Right.
And in this particular case, did you receive those materials?
I did.
And what were those materials?
Well, I always have the guilty plea agreement, so I know what the negotiations were, and the pre-sentence investigation report, primarily.
Primarily, you said? If sentencing was set in this case on January 3rd of this year, when would you have prepared your calendar and reviewed those materials?
Sometime in the week prior. Usually closer in time, so I remember. I don't remember, because it was a holiday kind of time, it was our first day back. It may have been like the Friday before.
Okay. And so you know some things in advance about the defendant when you're going in to do a sentencing hearing.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember reviewing a PSI in this case?
I do.
Can you explain just briefly for the jury, when you're reviewing a PSI, what are the types of things you're looking for in order to determine the appropriate sentence?
Generally, the first thing, partly because it comes first in the PSI, is the age. Because depending on whether, if it's somebody older who's never been in trouble before versus somebody super young, a lot harder to send an 18-year-old to prison, to be honest. And just kind of, so age is what I look at first.
Continue.
And then I kind of peruse, is it somebody, do they have a lot of AKAs? That kind of gives you a little heads up. A look at the
also known as
family background to kind of see what we're dealing with. Is this somebody who's had problems growing up? Has there been foster care kinds of situation? What's the family situation? A lot of times we'll have, dad's in prison, mom took off, raised by grandma, all those things that you're kind of mitigating maybe on some level the behavior or trying to understand what you need to address and where you need to go. Obviously, one of the big things is the criminal history. I always jot down how many felonies, how many gross misdemeanors, how many misdemeanors, and then looking specifically at those, what types are they? Is this somebody who's got a drug issue that needs to be addressed? Are we looking at stolen identity of another, possessions of credit cards and stuff, which more often than not also indicates a drug problem and where these crimes are focused. And then kind of in a separate category is violence. And sex offenders, I suppose, another one that are a little bit different.
Is prior violence an important factor for you when deciding whether to put someone back out on the streets or put them into custody?
Hugely.
And in this particular case, did you note prior violence in Mr. Redden's history when reviewing his PSI?
I did.
As you sit here today, do you have a recollection of any specifics?
I know that when I did the PSI, he was about 30 years old, and his first criminal conviction was in 2012, battery domestic violence. So literally, he hit 18 and it's domestic violence on his record. And throughout the remainder, until I saw him again, he averaged one battery domestic violence conviction a year, always. He had 3 felony convictions. He had an attempt theft that actually started out, it was pled to an attempt theft, but it started out as a robbery, which is the violent taking of property from someone else against their will, a classic crime of violence. He had 2 battery domestic violence felony convictions. You get a felony after you have so many misdemeanors, they start becoming felony. He had a battery with substantial bodily harm conviction. He had a gross misdemeanor for malicious destruction of private property, which started out as an attempt home invasion, meaning kicking in someone's home. Again, pled down to the malicious destruction. But I believe that was the one I had him on probation for. I didn't recall it, but I've since learned that he was in my department on probation for that, and I ultimately revoked him because of the case that I was seeing him on back at the time of the attack.
Okay, so that's a lot of information.
I know, sorry. I do that.
I appreciate that.
Okay, do me a favor, both of you. Make sure you let him get his question out before you respond, and vice versa. My court reporter is really good at what she does, but she's never mastered the art of taking down two people at the same time. Sorry.
In addition to criminal history, are you also reviewing the PSI to determine if that individual has had opportunities with probation, services, mental health treatment, and all those types of things?
Absolutely.
And in this case, as you perused Mr. Redden's PSI, did you see evidence to suggest that he had had several opportunities with the system when it comes to service?
I did. All of the crimes that we see, they're in a chart form, and then next to the chart is kind of what they got, probation, prison, violations and whatnot. And so you can tell that he had had probation a number of times, that he had violated a number of times. According to his report, he had gone through mental health court, had multiple sanctions and got in trouble a lot of times, but ultimately was passed through and graduated from the mental health court program. According to the PSI 2 times, he definitely had jail terms, and he had been to prison for on 1 term.
And so you had mentioned a moment ago, you have since realized that you previously revoked his probation.
Correct.
I want the record to be clear about that. When you're reviewing his PSI, preparing to sentence him when the incident occurs, you don't recall that information?
No. No clue.
Fair to say there are hundreds, if not thousands, of criminal defendants who have come in front of you over the years?
Yes.
And you have since learned that you had previously revoked his probation and sent him to jail?
Correct. And I don't know if I sent him to jail. I don't know if he was in custody and he stipulated that he had violated his probation. I mean, he may have been agreeable to it. I don't know any of the facts of that. I just know that I somehow ruled you're revoked.
Understood. I want to now move forward to January 3rd of this year. So on that date, you proceed into court for your criminal calendar. Do you remember how many matters you had on that day?
I don't.
Were there a mix of both in custody and out of custody defendants?
Yes.
At some point in time, did Mr. Redden, was his case called?
It was.
If you can summarize for the jury what happened when his case was called initially.
I mean, nothing. It was just the typical. He was in on a bench warrant return as well because after we let him out, he didn't show up. So Mr. Almasi, his attorney, had put him on for a bench warrant return, meaning come into court and ask not to quash the warrant, not to arrest him on it. And so
everyone understands he was out of custody on the day of his sentencing.
He was.
He had a bench warrant in that case, but he walked in from the street.
Correct.
When
he had failed to appear at the prior sentencing date.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for, Judge. So there was a prior sentencing date. He doesn't show up for that. A bench warrant is generated, and then he comes in out of custody at the second sentencing.
Right.
Explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how it is that the sentencing starts to proceed. Who talks first, and how does that go?
The state always has the right to argue first. In a lot of negotiations, they'll negotiate away the right to argue for any particular sentence. They might agree to probation. They might make no recommendation. There's a number of things. They could stipulate to a sentence per the deal. In this case, because the defendant failed to appear, any negotiation previously offered by the state is off the table, and the state, what we call, regains the right to argue. So even if they were agreeing to some other sentence previous, because he failed to appear, they have the right to argue for the sentence. So
in this case, that occurred, and then I would presume the deputy district attorney that was in court that day would argue the sentence.
He did.
And he would recommend whatever sentence he deemed appropriate?
He did.
Ultimately, the decision would have been up to you.
It was.
After the district attorney argues for their sentence, what happens next?
Then I turn to the defendant, Mr. Redden. He goes next. Do you have anything to say to the court before I pronounce sentence? And he was very calm and articulate, and basically he's been doing great. He's at a better place than he ever was before, and I pointed out your violent history, your failure to appear, and I don't remember whether mental illness came up, but I had said that he had been through mental health court. In his PSI, he had claimed that mental illness wasn't an issue for him, so it's kind of hard to, I didn't know how to reconcile it. But anyway, he had talked about he was going to have a job with the Teamsters and he was going to do all this stuff. Meanwhile, he had no employment history whatsoever, that at least according to the PSI, there was no employment history. So I don't know where he was going, but anyway, he was calm. And he said,
Go ahead.
I think you should give me probation. He said, and we did have we talked about his criminal history, and it's just so much violence. And
let me ask you some very specific questions.
Sure.
When Mr. Redden was speaking in court, did you observe any signs of impairment?
No.
Did you observe any signs of mental distress or disease or hallucinations or anything of that nature?
Absolutely not.
Had you observed something to that effect, would it have been concerning to you?
Of course.
Are there times in which the court needs to jump in and say, hey, it's not appropriate to proceed today?
Absolutely.
Here, did you see anything that caused you concern while Mr. Redden spoke?
Not at all.
After Mr. Redden spoke, who spoke next?
Mr. Almasi.
And who is that?
His attorney, Caesar.
And was Mr. Almasi permitted to make a full argument to the court and ask for leniency and whatever he wanted to?
He was.
And did he do so?
He did.
Now, in a moment, I want to play some video for you. Judge, with the court's permission, we've previously stipulated to 58. May I publish?
You may. No. They should, let me see. Okay. No, they should be on already, but maybe the tape is going off. Somebody has it. Look at the remote go. Oh, he has it. Okay.
Before we get there, Judge, up until that point, District Attorney speaks, Mr. Redden speaks, Defense Attorney speaks. Was everything proceeding as you expect a sentencing proceeding?
Yes.
Were there any signs at all that this was going to get out of control or violent?
No, it was actually completely contrary, because he was, like I said, calm and articulate, and he said, this is what I'm doing. But at the same time, he said, but Judge, I understand you got to do what you think is right, and I understand that. So it was better than I would normally hope, I guess.
It's court's permission 58.
Okay.
3697.
You get to watch the whole hearing here.
This is time set for entry of judgment and position of sentence. Is there any legal cause or reason why judgment should not be pronounced against you at this time?
No, Judge.
By virtue of 3697.
Is that your courtroom on January 3rd of 2024?
It is.
And is that your current courtroom?
It is.
As you look around this courtroom, is it set up a little bit differently than yours?
It is.
The folks that are on the right-hand side of the screen, do you know who they are?
Yeah. The deputy DAs, Jory Scarborough and Richard Scow.
question, is the picture also on your screen?
It is.
Okay.
You can see that on your screen there, Judge?
I can.
The folks on the right, who are they?
The district attorneys, Richard Scow and Joy Scarborough.
And on the left?
Cesar Almasi.
Is that the gentleman in the blue suit?
It is.
Who's that taller guy standing in the center of the room?
Shane Brandon, my marshal.
And is Shane Brandon similar to Marshal Black, responsible for courtroom security?
He is.
Counsel, can I have you approach for a moment?
Not sure why. The judge is called a sidebar. Wasn't asked for. The brief interruption, I think, had to do with providing a monitor so either the judge could see or the jury could see as they're playing this video. Isn't that Van Halen? That sings Jump. Was that on the 5150 album?
Judge, before we move on with the video, I want to follow up on a question I asked you earlier. You had mentioned PSI. What does that actually mean?
Pre-sentence investigation report.
And is that, as you described, several pages long, and it would give not only criminal history of an individual, but where they're from, their childhood, their background, their marital status, their health, and various other things?
Yes.
Essentially, it's a packet that is supposed to give you everything you need to sentence an individual appropriately.
Correct.
These individuals down here on the left, you can see at least one of them. Who are these folks?
Those are the other inmates.
And so they are in your courtroom. They're sitting where our jury is sitting today.
Correct.
And those are in custody defendants. Is that right?
Right.
When a defendant shows up out of custody, do they sit back in the gallery area here?
They do.
And as you mentioned before, Mr. Redden was out of custody.
He was.
I'm going to resume the video.
Alright. This is time set for entry of judgment and position of sentence. Is there a legal cause or reason why judgment should not be pronounced against you at this time?
No, Judge.
By virtue of you pleaded guilty, I hereby judge you guilty of attempt battery with substantial bodily harm. My notes indicate the state retained the right to argue to the bench warrant. Is that correct? Yep.
That is correct, Judge.
All right. State.
I think based on the criminal history, Judge, that are listed in the PSI, I know you see all this, I don't need to rehash everything. My concerns are there are crimes of violence in the PSI, 3 felonies, 1 probation revoked, but you see on page 5 there are many probation violations or remands on a probation following discharge form. But I am concerned based on the nature of the criminal history, home invasions, batteries, battery, domestic violence, assault with a deadly weapon in this case that led to an attempt battery substantial. I think felony is appropriate, and I think a prison term would be appropriate.
Is there any restitution or victim impact?
No, Judge, not that we have today. So, but I do think prison is appropriate. I asked the court to impose 19 to 48 on this case based on the criminal history and the facts of this case.
Judge, could you hear that okay?
Uh-huh.
When the deputy district attorney asked for 19 to 48, just describe what that means in our world.
The attempt battery with substantial bodily harm that he was charged with could be treated either as a felony, where you could get 1 to 4 years in prison, or it could be treated as a gross misdemeanor. You get up to 364 days in the Clark County Detention Center. He was asking that it be treated as a felony, the 1 to 4, and he was asking for the maximum sentence under that felony 19 to 48. It's 19 months to 48 months. Here in Nevada, you get a max and a minimum sentence. So you get the 48 months or the 4 years. The minimum is supposed to be a truth in sentencing to let you know how much you have to serve before you are eligible for parole. And that would be the 19 to 48. The minimum can't exceed 40% of the maximum. So truly the maximum minimum and the maximum in this case was 19 to 48 months.
Mr. Redden, is there anything you want to say on your own behalf before I pronounce it?
So basically, I would like to tell the courts and everyone here, like, based on my criminal history, like, I feel that, like, I shouldn't be, like, sent to prison for a second time.
Have you looked at your criminal history?
Huh?
Have you looked at your criminal history?
I actually just, I looked at it and gave
You lived it, I suppose.
I just looked at it,
Yeah.
And, you know.
3 felonies, gross, 9 misdemeanors, multiple DVs. Got a lot going on, sir.
Yeah, I just figured, like.
Battery on a protected person, robberies, attempt home invasion. Go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I just figure, like, I'm in a better place in my mind, my mental health. I have a support system. I just got hired as a Teamster for, you know, the union, you know, making $20 an hour. And like the reason behind every single domestic violence, I've been dealing with mental health, and I didn't know that I was dealing with mental health. And they put me in mental health court, and I still didn't know that I had a mental health problem until it was August 2022 when I realized I have a problem with this. And like having a dictionary and like understanding myself, getting to know myself a little better, and applying it to my personality, and having an epiphany at that moment. In those instances, and just like trying to learn from my mistakes, you know. And I feel like I shouldn't be sent to prison, but if it's appropriate for you, then you have to do what you have to do. But I figure that, you know, if I'm in a better place in my life, I'm not doing drugs, I'm not out there committing crimes now, you know, and I feel like I should be given a shot because I'm in a better place than I was then, you know. So, but I'm a person who never stops trying to do the right thing, no matter how hard it is. And I just, you know, and I'm trying, and I never give up trying to do the right thing. I know I'm not a rebellious person. I don't want to be standing here. I want you to have to, you know, sit up here and waste your time as well, you know? But the criteria of me saying this is that I'm a person that never stops trying to do the right things, even if it's hard. And I did the best I could. I have mental problems, I guess.
Thank you. Mr. Almasi?
Judge, as contained in the pre-sentence investigation report, my client was diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. And speaking with him, it certainly seems that he's following the pattern that this court has seen so many times of self-medication.
We've had 2 goes at mental health court, Mr. Almasi.
He did. He does have to honorable discharge from probation. So he can do probation. He can be successful when supervised. It is true that he did get dishonorable discharge. He was revoked on a gross misdemeanor that he was being supervised for just very recently. But he is in a different position now. His foster mother, who is present as a show of support, her name is Karen Springer, has provided him a place to live, which is listed on the PSI. His current address is 8 Rose Circle, Apartment A in North Las Vegas. And she very graciously has allowed him to stay there rent-free until he gets on his feet. Now, he is now part of Union 631 with Teamsters and is hoping to work his way through that program so that he can maintain work. He's also reached out to...
Up until this point, Your Honor, you have suggested a couple times that you're not buying the argument for probation. Is that fair?
Fair.
Did you just now observe Mr. Redden move his body position a bit?
Yes.
Did you notice that back then?
No.
Shannon West for any job prospects that are available.
You seeing that now?
I am.
Is it common for a judge and her marshal to have a bit of an unspoken language that goes on when you're sentencing people?
Yes.
You work closely with your marshal?
Very.
And those cues that you've given in court, do they have a bit of a purpose?
They do.
What is that?
So he can get ready for a remand.
And a remand means putting cuffs on someone.
Taking somebody out of custody and putting him in custody.
I'm going to resume the video.
To and through them. Finally, Judge, it's not just his mental health that he's been contending with, but he also has a history of IEP in his education. And at 30 years old, he does not have a high school degree. And so we spoke about that as well, and I think it's high time that we did that. I think the court can trust that he is going to perform well on probation. I think he's worth this risk. If the court wants to be 19 to 48 as suggested by the VA, I would have no issue with that, but to suspend it rather than just send him to prison for any length of time. I think it makes more sense given the circumstances and his ability to do probation successfully that he be given this opportunity.
I appreciate that, but I think it's time that he get a taste of something else because I just can't let that history. In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada.
All right, before we let that play, Judge, I want you to do your best to walk us through what happens next from your memory.
I remember him coming at me and really didn't think that he would ever make contact. And then I just remember it was like a crash sound. I just remember smashing into the wall. I went down, my glasses went up, I smashed into the wall. He was on me, and then I was being pulled down. I was being hit, and I don't know where and by what. I had closed my eyes. I was trying to protect my face and my head. He had me by the hair, and I was still getting hit in the head. In the meantime, I saw my law clerk who was sitting next to me, who had dove almost in front of me as Mr. Redden came at me.
Recounting
and
dove.
he was on top trying to pry the defendant off me. By this point, I had pulled down. I was kind of laying down like in the back of the bench. I had gone my head from this side to this side. And I just remember saying, help, help, somebody get him off. I mean, in my head, I was completely defenseless. He was so determined and so violent and so... It was scary. I didn't think I was going to get out of there.
I'll give you a moment, and I want to play a little more video and back up a little bit.
Fuck that bitch! Hey,
do your best to describe the level of force he used when you were under the bench and we can't see in the video?
The level of force he used the entire time was superhuman. I don't know. From the time he came through the air and smashed into me, he knocked me literally almost through the wall, out of my chair. He knocked me so hard, he knocked me out of my shoes. You know, when you see a car accident and people get hit so hard by a car, their shoes come off. I mean, that's how hard he hit me. And when I was down there, it didn't get less.
We saw there a couple of individuals jump in, one of them being your law clerk.
Yes.
While, if you remember, if you know, while your law clerk was trying to save you, was Mr. Redden stopped?
He was not.
Can you describe that? What was going on physically and how?
Only by feel. Because
do your best.
I was down in the ground and I could just feel someone going at me who was Mr. Redden, because that's where he was, and I could feel someone trying to pull him off and leave her alone, and you know, this like they're fighting over me. I mean, Michael's trying to pull him off and he's not letting go.
Do you know, based on memory, where his hands were?
I do not.
Do you remember being struck or hitting your head while you were down behind the bench there?
Yes.
Do you remember what struck you?
I do not.
Do you remember what side of your head it was?
Left at that point.
Did Mr. Redden continue to attack you while Mr. Lasso was pulling you?
He did.
At some point, Mr. Lasso and the others are successful in getting him physically off you, is that right?
3 of them. 3 or 4 of them it took to get him off me.
Where did you go, or what did you do once they were able to?
As soon as I was clear enough, I literally rolled onto my bench in fetal position.
I would presume that this was extremely traumatic for you, but I have to ask, do you know if you went unconscious during the attack?
I don't know.
What is the next thing you remember after rolling into the fetal position under the bench?
I remember thinking, why is it taking so long? I mean, there was chaos in the courtroom, and there was screaming, the alarms were going off, and there was still a struggle. Again, I couldn't see it. Partly my eyes were closed, and partly it was out of my sight, and so I was just laying there and waiting, and then the next thing I remember is Jory coming up, is she okay? And Michael came up earlier, Michael Lasso, my law clerk, and kind of stood by me, kind of, are you okay? And also, at least the feeling I got was that he was the buffer in case they lost control of the defendant again, because he was still very close.
While the attack was actually going on, what was going through your head?
I'm not going to get out of here. And it's a weird thing, because I know that there's video, and there's a part of me going, I'll be dead. But I have 3 kids. They're going to watch. And that's what they're going to see. That's what was making me so mad. Not what he was doing to me, but what he would do to my family. Okay.
Take your time. So, alarms are going off, lots of physical chaos going on. Did you look around? Eventually were you able to get up and look around the courtroom?
Yeah.
What do you recall seeing then?
Well, behind the bench there was blood everywhere.
Where did that come from, if you know?
Shane, my marshal.
Did you look at Shane?
I did.
What did you see?
His forehead was literally sliced open, and the skin had been just flapping as he was trying to protect me, even though he was hurt, but he was getting blood all over the bench. There was clumps of my hair on the floor. The calendar papers were all covered in blood.
Eventually, is what I'll call the scene, is it all secured and Mr. Redden taken away?
Yes.
I'm going to resume the video here for a moment. Can we turn that down just a little bit?
It's a little piercing. Wow. That's not any quieter.
Oh my God! Oh my God! You okay? Oh my gosh, dude! This fucking shit's heading. No, come on. Hey, where's Mary Kate?
She's right here. She's right here.
Stay down. Get on the ground.
Please, God. Please, God. Please, God. Please. We're asking you to come in.
Oh, shit.
I've turned it down.
Where it should go. Yeah, go ahead.
Sit down.
Hey. Hardcore! Hey. Hey. Hardcore! Hey. Stop! Hardcore! Stop! Hardcore! Super! Hardcore! 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 Hey. Hey, my man. Calm down. Yeah. Hey. You come here. I'll take care of him. That's my guy. Come around. Huh? You hold in. Okay. That's my guy. Come around. That's my guy right there. Yo, Kelly, is medical coming? Hey, is medical? You guys got medical? Just don't touch yourself. Yeah, we need medical. Judge, you okay? It's fucking ass out of here. Shit, you alright? Yeah? Hold it. Hey, you guys got medical? What happened? What happened? What? Are you okay? Good. Medical's coming. Come here. Come here. He's laughing. Come here. You got the pencil? Yes. Hey, grab this guy. We're over here. Laughing. This right here. Are you okay? Are you alright?
Let it go. Let it go.
No, she's okay.
Sit down, man.
Where's this fucking guy? She has kind of walk. Can you help me? Where's this fucking guy getting over there? I don't want to worry about this fucking shit. No.
Judge, did you see yourself finally getting up there?
I did.
I believe previously you said you don't know if you went unconscious or not.
Correct.
Do you remember getting up and trying to walk where there's no exit?
Well, I remember because I've seen the video. I mean,
okay. You have no independent recollection of trying to get out of the courtroom by going over to the other side of the bench?
No.
I think we all have tinnitus now.
She hit her head, bro. She hit her head. She hit her head hard.
What are you looking for?
Shoe.
I'm trying to turn that frequency down a little bit, but it's piercing.
Once you are cleared from the courtroom, can I presume that there was an investigation that ensued?
Yes.
Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department detectives come down and document the scene.
I don't know who documented the scene. By then we were in the back. AMR came and medical was clearing everybody and taking Shane out and stuff.
Eventually, you give a recorded statement like any witness to a crime or a victim of a crime.
I did.
And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the injuries you sustained, if any?
Obviously, I hit my head. I did. My family didn't want me driving, so my daughter drove me home, and then they insisted that I go to the hospital and get a scan to make sure I woke up in the morning because it looked pretty scary. The scan was okay, but obviously I had a headache for a few days. The spots where he pulled out my hair, you know how when you get your hair pulled out, it's sore for a while. That was sore for a few days. My arm, my back, everything was stiff, like, you know, you get jostled around. The next day, the worst part for me the next day was my neck. I don't know what it was. I don't know. All I know is I literally, during the day, was holding my head up, like, with two hands because my neck was so sore and so tired. It just hurt. My tailbone, that hurt for weeks. If you ever bruise your tailbone, that just doesn't go away right away. And I was walking older than my age for a while. I didn't get back on the treadmill for 2 or 3 weeks. And when I say back on the treadmill, that means I walk on it. It's nothing. But I couldn't even walk on the treadmill for a couple of weeks. And then it was several months before I could lay on my left arm. I couldn't sleep on it. That was...
What type of injury did you have on your left arm?
Thank you,
That's what took, I think, the bulk of the initial hit. Again, I don't know what it was that hit me there, but I still have, it's been how long now, and there's a round, it's not horribly disfiguring, but it's a definite, you can still see a round, raised, bruised, fleshy, something not like the rest of it, marking where he made contact with me that day. But it took me months before I could sleep on my left side again.
In the days following the attack, were you photographed, and did you also, you and your family members, take photos of your injuries as they progressed?
We did.
Were there several times in the following days where you lost large clumps of hair?
Yes.
I have to ask for the record, ma'am, how old are you?
63 now.
And you would have been 62 at the time of the incident?
I was.
All right, thank you very much. I'll pass it over to Judge.
Okay, Cross.
No questions.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Arnold.
Your Honor, isn't it true that you didn't have any bruises as a result of this attack?
No.
And
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What was your answer?
No.
And isn't it true, Your Honor, that you didn't suffer any bleeding as a result of this attack?
That's true.
And isn't it true that you had no broken bones as a result of this attack?
That's also true.
And
wow.
In regards to your neck, you didn't have any bruising on your neck. Isn't that true?
True.
Isn't it true that you didn't know how many times, if any, that Mr. Redden hit you with a fist?
True.
In fact, you don't know for sure if Mr. Redden hit you with a fist or if you were kneed or anything like that.
True. After the obvious initial.
Correct. And let's make that clear for the record. So when you say after the obvious initial, I'm not talking about the leap, but when you're actually on the floor, you don't know if you were being struck by Mr. Redden with his feet, his fists, or anything like that.
Correct.
Why don't you just go ahead and allege
Just
that
that
the
I'm
law
being hit.
clerk did all the hitting?
Just that you were being hit. And were you covered up? Was your face covered up at the time?
I'm going to assume so. I mean,
prior to him jumping over the bench, you didn't see him with anything in his hand?
No.
And you didn't see during the attack him having anything in his hand?
No.
You know, you're asking it in the negative, the last two questions, Mr. Arnold. and I'm afraid that it'll come across in the transcript as a double negative. Could you re-ask those questions? I just want to make sure you're getting the meaning that you want.
Yes, Your Honor. So isn't it true that you didn't see anything in his hand?
That's still...
Yes.
And isn't it true that during the attack, when you're on the floor, you didn't see anything in his hand that he was attacking you with?
Also true.
I'm going to shift gears here and talk about the PSI. In regards to the PSI, you reviewed it.
I did.
And did you, was there a section that you recall in regards to his mental illness?
Yes.
And you were aware that he had suffered from, he had a previous mental illness history, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall, was it paranoia and schizophrenia?
I remember schizophrenia. I don't remember what else.
Did you have any concerns going into the actual sentencing hearing about his competency?
No.
Did you make any inquiries to Mr. Malsi, his defense attorney, in regards to his competency prior to proceeding with sentencing?
I did not. If I recall, the mental health history was fairly long ago about his diagnosis of schizophrenia, and that he had gotten some treatment and that he was not on medication. He had graduated from mental health court, and according to him, he didn't feel like his mental health was causing him any issues. That was kind of the summary of the mental health issues as I understood them from his PSI.
Right.
And then coupling that, normally it would be, the defense attorney would be the one to bring it to my attention that there's a competency issue if it wasn't obvious.
Right.
And then that coupled with his appearance in court didn't give me any cause for pause.
Did you note, or was it brought to your attention through your review of the PSI, that on your case, prior to it proceeding to district court, that he was found to be incompetent?
I don't recall he was found to be incompetent. I recall he was referred to competency court, but I don't recall the findings.
Okay. And do you know, after he was referred to competency court, how long did the case languish prior to you receiving a guilty plea in the case?
I don't know.
Man. This defense attorney asking some very insensitive questions, I think.
You weren't aware or made aware by anyone that he was supposed to be on medication at the time of his sentencing?
I was not.
Just check my notes real quick.
Yeah, that's the only question you didn't ask. Well, did you die? Isn't it true there was no bruising? Is it true there was no weapon? Isn't it true you don't even know if he hit you at all? The attack is on video, as if it's like, how can you be sure it was my client that did it? That's the line of questioning.
Was he saying anything to you that you recall when he was on top of you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you heard any statements that he said that he was trying to kill you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anything that was being said to you by Mr. Redden?
I do not. It was literally chaos.
And again, all the blows that you said that you felt to your head, you don't know who gave those blows, number one. Is that correct?
I mean...
You're assuming that it was Mr.
Michael
Redden.
Jury and Richard literally were pulling him off me, saving my life.
Okay.
But for them, I'm not here. But no, I guess theoretically, my law clerk could have punched me in the head.
Well, you said that you experienced blows to your head, is that correct? And so, again, there was a huge scuffle in there trying to get him off of you.
True.
And so you don't know what part of anyone's body that actually landed on your head that could have caused injury.
Eventually, but initially he was the only one near there.
Right.
That could have, yes.
And do you recall also that when you gave your voluntary statement that you stated that you were only struck in the head once?
I don't recall. If I said that, I do.
Okay. And
I don't think I've ever said there was the initial and then there was a second.
Okay.
The next witness is going to be the law clerk, and he's got a clear recollection.
Sure. Oh, I did it again. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
The witness granting permission to approach.
Just where I have it.
Old habits die hard. This is funny. The lawyers are nervous. They've never practiced criminal law in front of two judges before.
Just read in between that.
You want me to read it to you?
No. Just read it and refresh your recollection. You know the drill. And I'll ask questions.
Can I keep that?
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
And so, based upon your review of the voluntary statement, do you recall how you were hit?
Same thing. I don't know if it was head or elbow, head, hand. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
And you don't
I was
know,
hit, but I don't know with what.
Right. And you don't know how many times you were
I
hit?
don't.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect.
I'll be brief, Judge. You gave a voluntary statement to police that was recorded, right?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, you testified at a prior court proceeding.
Yes.
And throughout that, you've been consistent that you don't remember how many times you were hit.
Yes.
In fact, as you sit here today, you can't tell the jury if you were knocked out or not.
No.
Mr. Arnold?
I think you might have a double negative as well. Could you re-ask that question?
Do you know if you were knocked out?
No. I mean, no.
May I approach?
Yes.
There was a question or a line of questioning about whether you sustained bruising. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Showing you now 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. Are those documentation of your bruising after the incident? And these will be available to the jury. These are already admitted, Judge, so these
This is
will
the
be
first
available.
for me as
You're
well.
not going to put them up on the overhead. When you described this attack initially, I asked you about the level of force that was used. And I want you to do your best to describe the level of force used and why it is you don't remember how many times you were hit.
I was hit so hard between the defendant's body and behind my bench. It's a marble wall, and so, like I said, I was hit so hard that I literally smashed into it, and then I was at best dazed. And I was pulled down behind me, and he continued going after me so forcefully and so violently that literally 3 or 4 healthy, strong young men couldn't get him off of me. It was so strong. they saved my life. I tell them that all the time. You guys saved my life.
As that was happening, do you recall a hand on your neck?
I remember being held. No, not clearly, no.
Fair enough. You're doing your best to recall the events as you remember. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do know I lost hair, a lot of hair from that side.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Yes, just real quick. And, Your Honor, in regards to the bruising, the pictures that you were just shown, those were pictures in regards to bruising on your shoulder, your arms, and your legs and tailbone. Is that correct?
Well, you don't have a picture of my tailbone, but
your back area.
My lower hip, my
Right.
shoulder, and my upper arm. Yeah.
Okay. And there was no bruising to the face, and there was no bruising to your neck. You have to say.
Asked, there was no bruising, and she's saying no.
But we have to get it verbally, and I'll start it over again.
There was no bruising to my neck.
There was no bruising
that I'm aware of, yeah.
To your neck, and there was no bruising to your face.
No.
That's correct?
That's correct. Sorry.
Okay.
All right. I just want to make sure the transcript
stickler for
reads
English.
the way that you guys want it to read, that's all.
Right. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, you may step down.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So the judge returns to her courtroom.
Okay, next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Michael Lasso. May I
Michael Lasso, the law clerk, working on his day off, he's coming in to testify. He's the one that jumped in and jumped up as he saw this happening and immediately went to the judge's aid. Probably one of the more influential forces in lessening the severity and the duration of this attack. I've got an unpopular opinion here, and I'm curious what you guys think. He's mentioned he suffered from schizophrenia. How would that be different? How would a schizophrenic episode be different than what we saw on the video, where he's saying, I'm a new person, I've changed, I'm getting treatment, and
Yes.
then literally blink twice, and we have somebody else.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
And can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, Michael Lasso, Michael
Welcome, Lipstick on a Pig. Welcome to the gallery. This guy's going to remember. He's going to bring the receipts, I think.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you currently employed?
I'm sorry?
How are you currently employed?
Right now I'm a law clerk, so I'm law clerk for the Honorable Judge Mary Kay Holthus.
And did you just see Miss Holthus leave the courtroom?
I did.
How long have you been her law clerk?
I've been her law clerk basically a year now. Maybe a year and 1 month, so August 2023 is when I first took the job, and right now I'm scheduled to be there till August 2025.
You've known her much longer than
Yes,
a little over a year, correct?
I've known her a long time. She's really a family friend. I kind of know her children very well. Almost grew up together, so yeah, I've known her a long time. That's how I got lucky enough to kind of be able to work with her. And since working with her, I see her in a whole new light now. A lot of respect for her.
How long have you known her?
Thank you, Macy.
Man, probably since I was 8 years old. So maybe 11 years, just about.
It's just a kid still.
How
8 years old?
Yeah.
11? I'm just doing, are you 19 years old?
Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, my God. I'm like, wait. I'm actually not good at math. That's why I'm a law clerk. So, man, has it really been that long? Because I'm 27 now. So, 21 years? Wow. Or, no.
19.
Oh,
It's
no.
okay. It's not like you're on national television.
It's a long time.
Okay, so you've known her for 19 years.
Yeah.
And that's how you became her law clerk?
Yeah, pretty much. That's how I became our law clerk. I guess I got a good recommendation, so I was able to get the job.
Not from his math
What does a
teacher,
law
though.
clerk do?
Law clerk basically kind of just does whatever the judge needs. I mean, I do a lot of briefing for her. I'm almost the middleman in between the judge and anyone else, like attorneys. So anyone that wants to contact the judge, anyone wants to speak with her, anyone that files a motion, anything like that, I'm the middleman in between. So I'm looking at all the motions. I'm speaking to all the attorneys. I'm kind of coordinating everything. I brief all the motions for the judge, kind of give her a heads up. And sometimes it's as simple as, just giving her a cup of coffee.
Do you also accompany her to her calendars?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Every calendar, I sit directly next to the judge, kind of on the left side of her, and we have a split docket, so we have criminal and civil. So I'm just kind of on that left side, almost where this monitor is, and I'll kind of be right here, and the judge will be right there. She has her own monitors, and I have kind of my own computer, and I'm directly next to the judge for every calendar.
And when the calendar is occurring, what are you doing while you're seated next to her?
It depends. I'm usually checking my emails. I'll also keep going along with whatever,
Free Cell,
whatever
Solitaire.
matters up. So, maybe if it's a criminal matter, I kind of pull up that entire file. If there's anything that the judge quickly needs printed, or if maybe it's a police report or anything like that, I kind of am right there. I have a printer there. I can print anything she needs. Or sometimes I need to run in the back, get her something that she needs, maybe make a copy. Basically anything at all, just to make sure the calendar runs smooth.
Okay. And what days does she hear her criminal calendar?
She hears her criminal calendar on Mondays and Wednesdays, and then Tuesdays her civil.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the courtroom that she presides in is set up very differently from the courtroom we're currently in?
Oh, absolutely. Much different. This is a much bigger courtroom, but the defense and plaintiff desks are much further away. I would say these are a lot closer than the ones that are in her courtroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photographs of your courtroom.
Sure.
So that you can help explain the layout for us. I'm showing you on the overhead what's been admitted as States 2. Could I get it flipped over, please?
Counsel, you might take away, I think the light is hitting.
Your Honor, I can't see yet. Sorry. I couldn't see the monitor. Was taking a minute to turn on.
You can pull up the lamps. Yeah, pull up the lamps just a tad.
I might turn them off. There we go.
There it goes.
Ooh, yeah. Now
Okay,
we're cooking
Mr.
with
Lasso,
fire.
this is State's Exhibit 2, for the record. These tables right here that we see, who typically stands right there?
So usually the defense.
During a calendar.
Yeah, usually the defense stays there, and then on the other side, that opposite desk is where the DA or the state, whoever's representing the state that day, maybe it's an AG, will be sitting over there.
And then...
we do have a mouse there.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Okay, where did the defense sit?
So defense would be right here, typically like right here. Maybe the attorney would be next to him. And then on the other side here, kind of where that mouse is, that other desk is where the state would be.
Okay. And then is there also an area where the court staff, such as the court clerk and a court reporter, sit?
Yeah, it would be, I don't know what's going on here. That would be like right here. So this is where our court clerks are. This is where our court recorder would be, kind of like right here. That's our monitor. That's where the judge is. And then on that right side, that monitor is my monitor right there. And then to the right of that is actually where that little monitor is the witness stand. So usually during criminal calendar, we have a correctional officer that would sit there.
And was there a correctional officer sitting there on January 3rd of 2024?
Yes, there was.
What is the difference between a court clerk and a law clerk?
There's a big difference. You know, the law clerk is usually has a legal degree, so we're briefing actually the law that's involved in the motion. So we're looking up the case law, making sure it's still good, reliable. Kind of briefing those, telling judge, giving her recommendations as to what she should do, what she shouldn't do. Whereas the court clerk is also a middleman in between the judge, but at the same time they just kind of handle just different areas. They're not really involved in any legal advising or aspect of it. I would say more just kind of coordination, handling minutes, like court minutes, things like that. So just kind of a little different.
Okay. And then the court recorder, you said you guys have a recorder in that department,
Yeah,
correct?
and that one right there. So this one, that monitor, you can kind of see it's light. That would be for the court clerk, and then to the left side would be the court recorder.
Okay. And with regards to that courtroom, is there actually an entrance behind that tile wall that we can see?
Yes, yeah. So that's where the judge and me, that's where we usually enter, along with the entire court staff, really. We all kind of enter in through that door. Her chambers would be right behind there. So we kind of come in through this right side way. Then I take my seat right there, judge will sit right there, and then the rest of the court staff will take their place.
And then moving on to states 3. Oops, let me take this one off. What are we looking at here?
So this is kind of just a seating area. Usually people who are supporting the defense or the defendant would be sitting in this back area, but it really could be anyone. So that
We're getting
desk
the full
right
tour
here is the defense desk, kind of just the opposite angle. Or I'm sorry, the state's desk. I'm sorry. So this would be usually anyone that on behalf of the state sits right here, and this would be like I said, where the DA or the state would be, and then that opposite side is where the defense is. So this would be where any defendant would be, their attorney. Usually it's a PD, and then like I said, this is usually where family members will sit, supporters, friends, anything like that.
And do you see another exit in this photograph?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, it would be right here in this photograph. This is an exit also to that chamber hallway where there's a lot of different chambers and offices, things like that.
So staff and sometimes attorneys might use that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's a copier machine, so sometimes when I have to run and go make copies, I'll kind of run through that backside, and occasionally I'll come through that door, but usually not. But right behind there's like a big copy machine and jury rooms for deliberation.
But generally speaking, the public would not use that?
No.
And then showing you...
I think you've got another double negative there. Does the public use those doors?
Not that specific one, no. And the one behind the judge, no. Never.
Okay.
Showing you states 4 on the overhead.
Mm-hmm.
Is this, does this appear to be a photograph taken from the area where the juror box was in the previous photograph?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is that angle, kind of where that door would be. And, so this is where, like, the jury would sit. This is where, like, occasionally witnesses will come up and maybe a victim statement would be given, or attorneys will go up there and make an argument. This is where the state would be, and that was kind of where that previous photo was taken, would be back here for friends and family. And then this door is kind of where a holding cell is, and then also where defendants during our criminal calendars, that's where they will walk those defendants through that door. And then to the right side is where our recorder would sit, and then this is the court clerk here.
Okay, and when you say defendants, do you mean in custody defendants?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And then showing you states 5.
Yeah.
What is this?
So this is kind of the angle from the recorder and our court clerk. So this was kind of that long desk here, and this is facing the jury box. So kind of where that last picture was taken would be right here, and then this is that door that leads to the copier. So then you can kind of go through there, but typically there wouldn't be public that'd be going through there. Occasionally attorneys do, but yeah, this is just kind of that opposite angle. And then to the right side here would be like the defense table where usually PDs sit, or defendants that are out of custody.
Showing you state 6. What are we looking at here?
This is the view from the court clerk's angle here. So this is where the judge would sit. This is my monitor right here. Literally right where that picture is being taken, it would be exactly like the angle from the court clerk. And then this right here would be the witness stand. It's kind of like right here. Then we have a TV there, and then that's that same door, obviously the jury box. And then when we have criminal calendars, instead of a jury there would be the in-custody defendants would all be kind of taking up that area.
Okay. If you could look right here for me, where my finger is.
Yeah.
Is that essentially like a wall between where the judge sits and the court clerk?
Yes, it's a full wall. There's no kind of opening that you can go through there. Kind of the only access point to that chair that you're saying where the judge would sit is through that right side. Chair. So you'd have to go through that right side. There's kind of like maybe 2 steps that you go around, and yeah, right there. There's kind of 2 steps that you would go around, and that's the only way to get over there. I mean, unless you were to hop over this little wall there, you can't really get to that side of there's no access to it, essentially.
Okay, so this would be the door that you'd walk through to get to the
yeah, it kind
area
of
where
swings
you
around. Yeah.
Okay. Showing you state 7.
And then from right here, this is the view from the judge, kind of where the judge sits. That's a microphone right here, and there's a little sign too that will say like always recording. That's right there. And this is her view. That right there, that monitor would again be where an out of custody defendant would be, along with PD or whoever their attorney would be. This side would be usually typically filled up on criminal days with defendants, the in custody ones, and then on the right side would be where the DA or the state representative would be.
And kind of like the equipment where I'm standing, there's an Elmo there.
Absolutely, yeah, just like that. And attorneys will walk up, they'll give arguments, and that main door right there is the access point for the public or attorneys that are going into the courtroom that day. Anyone that's essentially not a courtroom staff member is typically walking through that main door there.
And you're talking about the two double doors?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, we're starting to talk over each other, so why don't we make sure she gets her question out, and then counsel make sure he gets his answer out, okay?
Showing you states 8. What are we looking at?
This is kind of my view, even though that's not necessarily my chair, that's the judge's chair. I'm just kind of turned to the side. But this is my angle. This is my monitor right here. And this is kind of the view if you were to stand up in that little room section that's blocked off. This right here is that wall area that we were talking about earlier that's completely closed off. That's the court clerks right here in the recorder. And this is, like I said, my monitor. So this is kind of would be my view.
Okay, and I'm going to zoom in on something really quickly here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the red and green buttons right there?
Yeah, I do.
What are those?
I'm not exactly sure what they are. I think they're panic buttons or silent alarm. I'm not exactly sure. Or they may be. I know there are certain buttons that lock the courtroom doors. It could be those, but I'm not exactly sure on what those are. I've never really had to use them.
Okay. One of the mods put this in chat because I can't trigger it. One
Showing
mods
you
can
states
do that.
9.
Thank you. There it is.
What is this?
So this is kind of the angle that you would see if you were, like, let's say a defendant walking through that door, the in custodies, almost where that holding cell is. So once you walk out, if you were to just look left, this is the angle you would see. This is that door that I was talking about earlier that leads to like chambers and offices and things like that. And then if you see on the right side, if you were to loop around, that is how we would walk up to where we would be sitting, me and the judge. But this is just kind of that angle there. This chair to the bottom side, this is like typically an extern may sit there, but it's usually either an officer or no one sitting there.
Thank you. Showing you states 10. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Yeah, this would be the witness stand. This is there's a monitor similar to how it is here, where anything that's being shown on the Elmo could be seen by the witness. That would be the judge's chair right here. That's the judge's monitor. That would be my monitor. There's typically 2 chairs up here, so I would have a much smaller chair right there. And this is that door that we would enter through. This is kind of that one access point, the wraparound. And this is kind of like just a granite wall that we have that sits behind the judge.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I may have missed it. You may have already answered this question. Right here, is there any way to access the area where the judge sits other than to climb over that wall?
No. These doors, those aren't doors. It's like a wall almost.
And just like in here, the witness stand is lower than where the judge sits?
Yes,
correct?
yeah, absolutely.
In the back hallway that you've referred to, that staff and in particular you and judge would use to get to the courtroom, are there exits to the ground floor? Like, are there stairs back there?
Like in that backside to go down?
Like in the rear hallway?
Yes, yeah, there are. If you were to walk out of that door I was talking about near the copier, if you were to just turn around, there is a big door right there where there's a stairwell, and you could go down. I'll often use that stairwell to go down to like a little supply office to get more extra coffee, Sharpies, or whatever I need, or whatever the judge needs.
What about elevators? Are there elevators in the rear?
Yes, there's elevators. Instead of making a right, if you were to just make a left, there's elevators right there as soon as you were to walk out. And then there's also, further down the hall, another pair of elevators as well.
Thank you. Showing you states 11. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the angle from the witness stand. That's that monitor that I was saying that's similar to this one here. That's the microphone, those doors for the public to go through. And this is just kind of that angle if you were to be sitting at the witness stand.
And you indicated that on January 3rd there was a correctional officer sitting right there?
Yes.
Showing use states 12. Does this appear to be a photograph of Judge Holthus's bench?
Yes, absolutely. That's just right. She'd be sitting right on top of there, and then I'd be on that right side.
And there's a bit of a glare in this photograph, but is there a nameplate there too?
Yes, and it says Honorable Judge Mary Kay Holthus.
Showing use states 13. Is this a close-up of that?
That is it right there.
Nameplate?
Mm-hmm.
And it says Judge Mary Kay Holthus?
Yes.
What brand of microphone was that?
Showing use states 14. Does this appear to be the desk or counter area in the judge's bench area and where you sit?
Absolutely, yeah. So I'd be on that right side where this monitor is. This is that kind of wall that cuts off between where the judge would sit and then the court clerk on that left side. Again, this is the judge's monitor, and then this is kind of that front view and that nameplate that we were just discussing.
Showing use states 15. What is this?
So this is once you were to walk out that door between kind of like the chambers and those offices, kind of where the whole court clerks and the entire court staff essentially walks through. If you weren't going down that long hallway that we discussed earlier where the court clerk and recorder sits, this would be making a left. So this is how me and the judge, this is the only access area to that little kind of sitting area where the judge would be, and then myself. So every time that we go into court, whether it's for a trial or a calendar, we go through this area. That door that's closed right now is usually open, and we just kind of walk through. There's kind of like 2 steps, and you just walk up, we make a right, and then I'd be sitting right on this right side here, and then the judge would be kind of right here.
Okay. And going back to this is the door that you're referring to, correct?
Exactly, yes.
That you and Judge
File photos from 1975. Mia Bito, welcome. Thank you for clicking the subscribe button. Appreciate it.
Are there cameras in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Thank goodness.
Are you familiar with the JAVS system?
Yes.
Is that one of the recording systems in the courtroom?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not the system will kind of alternate between various cameras in the courtroom?
Absolutely, yeah. Depending on whatever the mic picks up, it'll usually could change from the witness stand to the judge, and also whoever's speaking, whether it's an attorney or a defendant or kind of whoever's on that other side where the desks are.
So it's activated by noise.
Absolutely.
And JAVS, what does that stand for?
That I don't know. I don't know what JAVS stands for exactly.
Traditional audio video system.
But I know, just kind of the recording system that can catch whatever's going on, and if like we need to look back or like if the court clerks are making their minutes, they'll typically go back and watch the JAVS to hear exactly what attorneys were saying or the judge, so that way they can get an accurate depiction of what had happened and occurred during court.
And that's, by the way, JAVS is Jefferson Audio Visual System. Just an FYI.
Thank you. Learn something new every day.
The judge is testifying.
Is there also a fixed camera in the courtroom? Do you know?
Yeah, I believe there is. Yes.
And do you know approximately where in the courtroom it's mounted?
I believe it's, I don't exactly know for sure, so I don't, I'm pretty sure it's kind of right behind us looking at the entire courtroom.
We'll add that to the terms.
But I don't know for certain, but I know there is one that kind of looks down, but I think that will partly be activated by the JAVS as well.
Is JAVS always running during the course of the criminal calendar?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Now, to go to January 3rd of 2024. Mm-hmm. On that date, you were not originally supposed to be working, correct?
Correct.
Were you supposed to have the day off?
I don't know if I was supposed to have the day off, but that morning I woke up and I was actually studying for the bar at that time. The bar was taking place in February, so this was January 3rd. It was kind of our first. It was right after New Year's, so it was our first criminal calendar of the year, and actually our only criminal calendar that week. So and it was on a Wednesday. So my boss had texted me, one of the court staffs, and said, "Hey, why don't you take the day off? It's not that long of a calendar. Why don't you study? It's coming up here pretty soon. It's a pretty stressful exam, so you can go ahead and just take the day to study." And for whatever reason, I just really wanted to be there. I wanted to, it was our only criminal calendar that week, and it was just something that I felt like I just should be at. So I told her thank you, but instead I decided to go into work that day.
And on that date, did you sit next to the judge like you would during any other calendar?
Absolutely.
Were you multitasking like you indicated you typically do?
Yeah. I'd prep the files that day, kind of start off as any other, and during calendar, I remember just going through emails, check in to see if there's any updates. Sometimes attorneys will email you right during calendar, so just kind of checking and making sure everything was running smoothly.
During a typical criminal calendar, I know you indicated that there was at least one correctional officer seated in the witness stand in the courtroom.
Yes.
Are there typically more than one correctional officer?
There usually is. Sometimes there's only one. We always have our marshal there as well, but especially if it's like a lot of defendants that are in custody coming in, there will be maybe 2 correctional officers, occasionally 3, but usually, like I said, you'll have the one, you'll always have the marshal there as well.
Are there times when the correctional officers who are present in the courtroom might remove some of the in-custody defendants and take them back to the Clark County Detention Center? Absolutely, yeah. Especially if there's a lot of defendants in a particular day, or maybe if there's like some sort of intermission or break, whatever ones we've kind of gotten through the in-custodies, they'll go ahead and kind of uncuff whoever together or whoever hasn't gone, and then they'll go and walk those individuals through that door that we were talking about and then on to CCDC. But there will always be at least one correctional officer in the courtroom if there are in-custody defendants, yes. Correct? Oh, yeah. And you indicated that there's also a court marshal that's in the courtroom during criminal calendars? Always, yeah. And is that Marshal Shane Brandon in your courtroom? Yes, it is. And typically, how is he dressed? In full uniform. He's got, a vest on, and he looks almost like a police officer. It's like a brown tan shirt that he has, and like I said, a vest. He's got a full belt. He's got a gun on him. He's got a badge, everything like that. With regards to the correctional officers that are in the courtroom, are they typically dressed in uniform? Oh, yes. Yeah, almost identical to the marshal. And readily identifiable as law enforcement officers? Yes, absolutely. Are they typically armed? Yes. With a firearm? Yes. On January 3rd of 2024, do you recall a defendant being on your calendar that day by the name of Diober Redden? Yes, I do. Do you see that individual in the courtroom today? Yes, I do. Could you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing today? Sure. That's him right there, wearing, looks like, I can't really see the color of the tie, almost like a purple tie, blue shirt, standing up right there. May the record reflect that he's identified the defendant, Your Honor.
Let the record so reflect.
Now,
Bob, those are the right ones. Thank you very much.
With regards to Mr. Redden on January 3rd of 2024, were you aware of whether or not he'd ever been in your department prior to that date? Yes. Was he or was he not? He was, yeah. And do you recall what he had been in your department for previously? Exactly, I'm not sure. I believe, I don't want the record to be wrong here. I believe it was a domestic violent offense, if I remember correctly. Do you know what kind of hearing it was? Sorry. The kind of hearing that he was there originally for, or that
Previously.
It was a sentencing hearing. We would, I believe, given him probation.
Okay. And there was nothing particularly remarkable about that hearing, correct? Nothing remarkable at all. Were you aware on January 3rd of 2024 when his case was called? Were you paying attention? Yes, I was absolutely paying attention. I remember him kind of getting walked through by our marshal. When there's an out-of-custody defendant, whether it's a sentencing or really any hearing whatsoever, we always have a marshal directly behind him. And it's typically Shane, who's directly behind that particular defendant, whatever it is. And I remember him coming to the courtroom, and I remember him kind of talking for a long time. The judge was giving him an opportunity to address the court. And I remember at that point, there was really nothing unusual. He seemed really polite and courteous, and there was no kind of nothing unique about the situation. So I kind of had lost interest a little bit. I was, doing my emails. It wasn't really, like I said, anything unique about the situation. And I kind of, like I said, I kind of just started answering emails. Prior to Mr. Redden addressing the court on his own behalf, do you recall whether or not anyone from the state made an argument on behalf of the state? I think I can't. Were you paying attention at that point? Yeah, I don't necessarily recall. I mean, I think the state may have, but I don't necessarily recall exactly what, kind of right before then. Like I said, I was kind of answering emails and stuff, and I didn't think anything of it. Do you recall who the calendar deputy was that day?
The calendar deputy?
Who was handling the calendar on behalf of the state? On January 3rd.
State, there was Jory, I know, was there. I know Richard Scow was there. I think it was Scow at the time, because Jory will kind of pop in from time to time. So I think it was Scow.
Okay. And with regards to a calendar deputy, is that the individual that would handle the bulk of the matters on the criminal calendar that day?
Exactly, yes, yeah.
And occasionally specialty team deputies might pop in and out to handle individual matters?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So on that date, Richard Scow was the assigned calendar deputy.
Yes.
And Jory Scarborough was a specialty team deputy that appeared on January 3rd. At some point after Mr. Redden addressed the court, do you recall something unusual happening?
Oh, yeah. So, like I said, I was kind of lost. I didn't lose interest, but I was kind of listening, but I wasn't, paying too much attention. I was just kind of answering emails. And then I could hear, I remember the judge speaking. I remember the judge kind of going and kind of saying what she was going to say. And then I could remember hearing some handcuffs. And then what really caught my attention was I heard, excuse my language, but I heard, fuck that bitch. And when I heard that, I immediately looked up. And when then I'd seen Mr. Redden, and I'd seen him kind of hop over the defense desk that we were speaking about earlier, and he'd kind of put one hand down, and it just kind of pretty easily just hopped right over. And at that moment, I was obviously my full attention was looking at this particular individual. And at that moment in time, I actually thought he was going to go for the door because occasionally when we go to remand defendants into custody,
we've got to run
for it. And there was that particular door that we were speaking about earlier. So I actually was under the impression he was going for the door. Never would I even imagine that he was going to go for the judge. But then I remember looking at him, I was actually saying whoa, because I was trying to process what was even happening. And it all happened so fast. Like I was saying before, the defense desk is actually a lot further than these desks are here. And he was able to scale that distance in such a short amount of time. The video doesn't even do it justice as to just how fast that all took place. And then I remember him doing this just incredible leap over the judge's bench bar there. And at that moment in time, I kind of just reacted. There was I wasn't even thinking, to be honest. It was just all reaction and a reflex. I went right in to try my best to kind of to protect the judge. So, no hesitation. I tried my best to go in. And at that point, unfortunately, he was so fast and kind of just athletic. He was able to get to her. And I remember him kind of sprawling his arms out like this and just clamping those arms down. And one kind of right on her hair here. And then the other one kind of right in between the neck and shoulder blade, kind of right here. So kind of just clamping down. And then I remember him just smashing the back of her skull on that tile wall that we were discussing earlier. Just smashing the back of it. And at that moment, I was actually thinking to myself, oh my God, he's going to kill Judge Holthus. And, I remember after he'd smacked her skull, he had actually dragged her down. So he goes and does that. And then he actually drags her down, almost twists her a little bit, and was face to face with the judge. And at this point, I am almost on his back trying to get him up. And, he's like this. And Judge Holthus is actually... Judge Holthus was frozen at the time. She was literally frozen solid, almost like a piece of petrified wood. She was just not even moving. I think she was in a state of shock at the time. And he was yelling things at her. He was saying things to her, and I couldn't make out anything that he was saying because I was actually in turn screaming at him and saying, "Get off the judge! Get off the judge! What are you doing?" I was like, "What's wrong with you? Get off the judge!" And I remember vividly just how strong Mr. Redden was. This guy, he is unbelievably strong and much bigger than me. So I'm trying to wrestle him and get him off, and he is glued to her like a magnet, like an actual magnet. I couldn't pry him off of her. And it actually took. I'm sorry.
Where was he grabbing her at that time?
Same thing. It kind of just the hair and right here. So and would not let go. Was just stuck on her.
And you indicated that he was right in her face, approximately how far?
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't get any closer. I mean, like almost like touching noses, like this. And
I'm sorry, could you?
Oh yeah, almost like this. I mean, literally like this, like yelling at her, saying things at her. This is when he had kind of twisted her, and I'm on his back, and they're almost this close, like face to face.
Approximately like 3 to 6 inches apart, maybe.
Yeah, I'd say so, maybe even closer. And they are close, and she's completely unresponsive, just petrified, just completely, like I said, just a state of shock.
Had you ever seen Judge Holthus in that state before?
Oh, never in my life. I've never seen her, let alone really anyone. I mean, she was frozen solid. And just, I mean, it was, like I said, I mean, it was unbelievable to see, especially coming from her. And I've known her a long time, and I've never seen anything like that.
Generally speaking, would you say that she is a timid person or a strong person?
Absolutely a strong person. Very strong person. You know, she's strong personality, really tough. You know, not much can really rattle her. But I've never seen her like that, ever.
And you indicated that he was screaming things at her. You don't have any recollection of specific statements he was making?
I have none. Honestly, some of it, you know, you can't even hear much because so much adrenaline kicks in. It's like everything kind of goes silent. I remember just him saying things to her, and I remember saying things to him, but I can't really make out anything that was said.
What was the tone of voice that he was using?
I remember him saying things, you know, almost like it was a pretty stern voice, but I can't really make out much. I mean, even the tone too much, to be honest. He was, because I was just so, like I said, it was like everything went blank, and I'm yelling at him. I'm like, get off the judge, you know. I'm so just focused on trying to just get him up, and it was just so unusual, and I just wasn't even really paying attention to anything that he was saying.
As you were trying to pull him up, what was he doing with his body?
Oh, he was just stuck to her. There was no getting him up. He was fighting tooth and nail. I'm trying my best to get him up, and he is just latched onto her. There is no getting this guy off of her. It was unbelievable. I mean, I actually remember saying to myself, I could not believe how strong Mr. Redden is. It was unbelievable. I mean, I could not. I'm just trying my best. I mean, I'm struggling to try to just get the guy up just a little bit. I mean, off Judge, and he is just glued to her.
Where were your arms placed on Mr. Redden as you were trying to lift him off?
Yeah. So honestly, I was almost like kind of around him. I kind of grabbed his shoulders like this, kind of like, imagine this was his head, not in like a choke hold or anything, but kind of like right underneath, and kind of grabbing with this other arm and just trying to just lift him up. Anything I could do to just try to, you know, get him off the judge.
So your arms were wrapped around his chest area?
Almost, yeah, kind of like right here, almost like right below the neck area.
And he continued to go towards her and was refusing to let go?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Just kind of, like I said, just still with that kind of just death grip almost.
And you indicated previously that you, at the time that you were seeing this occur initially, you had the thought, oh my God, he's going to kill her?
Yes, especially when I saw her hit the back of her skull on that top. I absolutely thought he's going to kill her.
When you observed his hand, I believe you indicated that it was between the shoulder and the neck area. Mm-hmm. Was she already on the ground at that point, or was that as he was kind of flying into her forcefully?
You know, right when he kind of did this, where his hands landed is almost where they stayed the entire time. So they kind of just, like I said, kind of just latched on, and there was no letting go. So he kind of did twist her a little bit, and you know, when they were on the floor, but they didn't really move much, the hands, and that, I mean, that's basically it.
Can you tell me when they were on the ground how they were positioned?
It kind of had changed. So like I said, they were face to face, but then when I was trying to get him up, he kind of had gotten up a little bit. She was still kind of frozen, but he had his hands right on her hair, and you know, still in that like neck area. He's got long arms, so he's kind of holding her like this. I'm trying to get him up, and he's, you know, just relentless, trying to just get back at her, and you know, they kind of just changed positions a little bit, depending on kind of just wrestling with me also as well. You know, they kind of started out like this, but that only had lasted just momentarily. He was still saying things to her, but you know, she had kind of, like I said, was just kind of frozen a little bit, and there's just a little bit of like wrestling going on almost. But those hands stayed kind of where they were.
Was he directly on top of her? Was he next to her?
At first, he was on top of her, and then as I was kind of pulling him off, and then especially when the CO came, he'd kind of gotten up a little bit and kind of maneuvered his body, but the kind of hands stayed in place.
When you say that he'd kind of gotten up a bit, was he on his knees? Was he still on the ground?
Yeah, well,
flat? What was he doing?
When he had first jumped over, it was such a incredible jump that he had like almost landed on his knees, but like he actually wasn't like fully flat on the ground. It wasn't like he had just laid on top of her. He almost had like a pretty good formation, I guess, of where he was. So like he almost had like a leg out and kind of was able to really be on top of her and kind of prevent anyone from just kind of, he wasn't like he was just dead weight and couldn't lift him up. I mean, he had like a good position on her. And that's why I think also, I mean, it was so hard to lift Mr. Redden off of her. He was just kind of in a good spot and was not letting go, almost just determined, like he was on a mission or something.
What's the MME term for that? When you've got somebody you've got their back.
While she was on the ground and he was kind of on top of her, or at least
we're not talking north-south.
Had his hands around her neck, shoulder area, and had her by the hair. Did you see him do anything else to her?
No, I didn't see him really do anything else to her other than screaming at her and kind of just having his hands like that.
Did I say MMA?
That was basically it. I didn't see really any like punches or anything like that.
You indicated that he was extremely strong.
Yes.
Like incredible strength.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I meant.
What about his physical build?
Oh, he's a big guy, a lot bigger than me, and athletic, very strong, tall, and I've been in that courtroom many times. I don't know anyone that can make that kind of a jump. It was honestly impressive.
Do you have any idea approximately how tall he is?
I believe he's like 6'2", maybe 6'1".
You indicated that at some point you became aware that the correctional officer had jumped in to assist you?
Yes. Yeah, so it was about 7 seconds of me wrestling with him before the correctional officer could make his way past that barrier we were talking about, because he was sitting in the witness stand similar to how I am now, and then he had taken about 7 seconds before he could actually cross that barrier, because once you are able to get through that, it's essentially just you and whoever's back there. So at that point, it was me and the judge, and you're blocked off from everyone else in that courtroom. So it took about 7 seconds of me kind of wrestling with Mr. Redden to try to get him up before the correctional officer came in, and actually until the correctional officer had come, I was unable to actually get him off of her, and thankfully when the correctional officer came, it took both of us were able to finally unlatch him from Judge Holthus.
And when you unlatched him initially, did he stay unlatched?
When we had gotten him up, yeah. I mean, I would say when he was actually up, yes. I remember him because I kind of had him. My arms were almost on his chest area, right below his neck, kind of like right here. And I remember him holding on to my arms, and I remember thinking to myself, like, I hope he's not going to turn around and attack me. So I remember just trying to get him up. I remember holding on, fighting, just really trying to get back at the judge. And I remember the correctional officer being right there. And I was actually under the impression, once the correctional officer was there, that there were more officers behind him. I remember seeing a blue suit. I wasn't sure at the time who that individual was, but I just thought, there were actually more people that were right there that were coming to our aid. So when we'd finally gotten him up, I actually had kind of let go. I kind of stopped engaging in the situation because it's not really my place to put my life on the line and try to protect the judge. And at the same time, I also didn't want to get in the way because I'd seen the officers. I'm not really trained, and I didn't want to kind of be somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. So I actually completely almost let up entirely, and at that time.
Okay, and when you let up initially, what did you do? Where did you turn your attention?
Where did Mr. Redden turn his attention?
Where did you turn your attention at that point?
I was watching the situation. I was watching where Judge was also. She was kind of my first priority. But I had kind of just completely let up and just watched the correctional officer there kind of, and was hoping he would be able to contain the individual.
The correctional officer that assisted you, was he armed with a firearm that day?
Yes, he was.
You saw the firearm on his side?
Oh, yeah.
And did you observe that firearm on his side during this interaction?
Yes.
At some point, do things go south again?
Yes, they do. So I'd kind of let up, like I said earlier, and the correctional officer, who is much smaller than Mr. Redden, the correctional officer, and I remember too, I had a blue suit at the time that was right here, so I was under the impression that was another officer, and I'd let up, and then I remember Mr. Redden just going at the correctional officer and just winding back his arm and just landing blows, like really big blows, just boom, boom. And then I realized it was actually Jory in the blue suit right there, and it wasn't another officer. It was one of the DAs who had ran around. So when I had seen that, I'm like, oh my God, this is far from over. So that's when I had no choice, but had to jump back in and try my best to help subdue Mr. Redden.
You indicated you made kind of a fist when you were punching. Was he striking the correctional officer with a closed fist?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He was complete. I mean, like I said, real big wind-ups.
That's the second aggravated murder
charge. And I actually remember saying to myself,
attempted murder charge.
Oh God, I hope he doesn't, grab the gun and maybe start shooting at someone in the courtroom. I don't know what's going to happen. I know the correctional officer's got a loaded gun right there, and now the correctional officer's in distress, and it's just me and a DA here. I wasn't sure what was going to happen, to be honest.
And what actions did you take to assist at that point?
At that time, I began punching Mr. Redden, try my best to help, and I remember eventually Shane had gotten up, which was our marshal at the time. He had gotten up and ran around, and at that point in time, another DA, Mr. Scow, he had actually gone around, and there was about 5 of us trying to contain him.
Okay, so when you say that Shane had gotten up and come around, do you mean he'd gone around that kind of triangular-shaped wall?
No, he had gone around the other side where the witness stand would be kind of like right here.
Okay, and you said the other DA, Richard Scow, was also back there now assisting?
Yes.
So it was you, Jory Scarborough, Richard Scow, Shane Marshall, and the corrections officer?
That's correct.
And ultimately, with the assistance of these 4 other people, are you all able to get him detained or restrained?
Yeah. When it took 5 of us, but once we were able to kind of get him, the correctional officer managed to get up, and with the help of everyone, we were able to, like I said, finally, contain Mr. Redden. And the minute that the correctional officer had gotten up, and I'd realized that, kind of the situation was handled, then I immediately went to check on Judge.
And when you went to go check on Judge, what did you observe about her?
Oh, she was frightened. She was in a fetal position right underneath the bench. There's where my feet are now, there's a similar kind of opening where she sits, and she was literally in a fetal position, shaking, just still frozen, scared for her life, just, almost like this, just in a full state of just shock.
Is it fair to say that even once Mr. Redden had kind of been finally constrained or detained, he was still lying in the area where you and the judge would?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, he was laying there for quite some time.
And was that while he was being handcuffed so that he could be relocated?
Yes, and I remember a flood of security coming in and marshals and other people coming to help.
When you checked on Judge Holthus, did you try to get her to go back into chambers with you?
Yes, yeah. Well, I stayed by her side the entire time. I didn't leave her side after that, and I remember her not wanting to go through our normal walkway whatsoever. She was so scared that she actually hopped over where that clerk sits. She actually hopped over that other side because she was so just scared and just, like I said, just kind of this state of just shock and emotion that she couldn't bring herself to just walk through that other area.
Once Mr. Redden was relocated, was she then able to exit out her normal path?
Well, no, she went over, like I said, she went right over where that clerk is, that big wall. She wouldn't go, she wouldn't walk through that normal path.
You also indicated that you became aware of an injury to Marshal Shane Brandon?
Yes.
After things kind of settled down a little bit?
Yeah, I do remember when all the people were kind of trying to detain him, like all 5 of us. I remember looking up at Shane, who was sitting, or standing almost right here, and I remember seeing his head busted wide open like an onion peel, and his forehead was literally dangling off of his forehead, and I remember, him saying, "How's the judge? How's the judge? How's everyone?" And him, kind of just worrying about everyone else. And meanwhile, he's got an injury to himself. I'm like worried about us. How are you?
Mr. Redden was not bleeding, though, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I want to show you some photographs on the overhead showing you states 17. Do you recognize this as a photograph of the bench area after the incident?
Yes.
And the disturbance, the papers all over the place, the apparent blood on some of the paperwork.
Oh, yeah.
Is that all the result of Mr. Redden trying to attack Judge Holthus that day?
Absolutely.
Or actually attacking her?
Absolutely.
And the blood that's on the paperwork, is that Marshall Brandon's blood?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Counsel, how many more questions I'd like to give the jurors?
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Showing you states 18. The area where Judge Holthus was curled up in the fetal position, is that depicted in this photograph?
Yeah, it would be right there, kind of right underneath
right
the launder. Yes, exactly.
The football player.
Showing you states 19. Is this the area where you would typically be seated during a counter?
Yep.
And obviously this is after the incident on January 3rd of 2024?
Correct. And the reason why there's so much blood is because that's where our marshal was over, trying to help and assist, like I said, kind of right here. So that's where the witness stand would be, and that's why there's so much blood in that area.
That was Aaron Rodgers' picture.
Showing you states 20. Is this the stair leading up to the judge's bench area?
Yes, it is.
And the floor?
Yep.
Just outside? And this disturbance or the papers and the trash can being knocked over, that's all part of the incident, correct?
Correct.
Course indulgence.
It sounds like we're going to get a break for the jury right now.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
We're going to go ahead and take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. During this period of time, you are admonished not to talk or converse among yourselves or with anyone else on the subject related to the trial. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial by any medium of information, including without limitation newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject related to the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
Why does... Is he standing to look at the jury leave, or is he standing to turn his back on the judge? Got to figure out how the courtroom's set up. I think he's watching the jury leave out the door. Yeah. There's been a couple times where the defendant's sort of shaking his head, where he doesn't agree with the recounting of the events as the witnesses have recounted it. But I don't think you can get a more enthusiastic witness that we just had with Mr. Lasso. Michael Lasso, the law clerk who played a pivotal role in coming to the judge's aid when she was attacked. Doesn't have the vocabulary that we like to see.
You can go ahead and enjoy your break, and if you need to use the bathroom in the back, you most certainly can. Is there anything that we need to talk about outside the presence of the jury? Okay, I want to alert you, we had another incident here where inappropriate things were shown on Zoom. My court recorder is wanting to know how to handle that.
Can we just cut it off?
Just cut it off? Are you good?
Yes.
I mean, I hate to do that people cannot watch.
The public's going to see it if they want on court TV, but this is getting ridiculous at this point. I would say just cut it.
Oh, okay. Are you okay with that, Mr. Arnold?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's cut Zoom.
All right.
Okay. All right.
There goes
Enjoy
Zoom.
your break.
Thank you.
Apparently, there was another incident where somebody was showing video that was not appropriate in court. Once again, another Zoom bomb. So we'll add a second round 2 of a barrage of an explosive device. Not an actual one, but a figurative one on Zoom. We'll add that to the thumbnail. Yeah, very enthusiastic witness. Loves his job. Loves his judge. who he has known for the last 10 years since he was 8, although he is 27. Math is hard, guys. Math is hard. We're not going to fault him for that. Clearly, the recommendation that got him the job was not from his math teacher. It was from somebody else. But he loves his job, does great, very excited about testifying, and clearly has probably told this story a few times, maybe down at the bar. And we're getting the same treatment that probably his best friends would get as he was sharing the story and using it in the same language. Yeah, pretty fun. It's a fun witness. Clearly, it's traumatic, but the way he tells a story is great. So credit to him. I've got to say, he's telling the story like he's a hero, and he was. He was the hero in that story, where he was the first one to see something was wrong and immediately took action, even though it was, arguably something more than he alone could solve. But I'm sure that his efforts did, in fact, help. Nothing in his testimony so far has addressed the elephant in the room, which was, how many blows did you land, Mr. Lasso? As you saw the defendant wailing on the CO, how many blows, how many kidney shots? Because I think that's what he was doing. He was doing kidney shots. How many blows did you land in defense of the officer and the judge? He skipped over that part, probably because he's not a trained MMA fighter, which maybe he should, as a secondary career, depending on how he did on the bar exam, which we'd all love to know the answer. Only about 50% of the people who took the bar exam that session passed, according to the stats, which you guys have recounted to me here in chat. So was he in the top 50 or the lower 50? I don't know. But if it was in the lower 50, MMA may still be calling. There are options there. I would say that there's a card out there with his name on it, if he would so choose. Maybe Dana White, if you're listening, make your offer now, because I think people would pay to watch that. Need to find this clerk. I'd love to have him on the show after this is over. That would be great. Let's see. 2 attempted murder charges. It's very clear this is only attempted murder because she's a judge. K-Pick, I think you're on to something here, because he was literally in court being sentenced when he did this for attacking somebody with a metal baseball bat. And I mean, this is somebody of his strength and his athletic ability wielding a weapon like that. I don't know why that was not attempted murder, and it wasn't. He was not charged with attempted murder there. I think it was like simple assault or something like that. Well, yeah, he's not going to be an MMA fighter. He doesn't have the build. He's way too small. He couldn't even wrap his arms around the guy. So it's Mr. Lasso's not going to be in MMA. I was just kidding there, but props to him, because I know there are probably many people who would have shied away in that situation and said, "Hey, I'll be the one who calls for help," instead of I'll be the guy who steps in and tries to make a difference. Anyway, where were we? We were talking about something else. Attempted murder. Yes, it is attempted murder on both the judge and the deputy, because those are the 2 people he attacked. There was never any point, even though he felt his arm like being pulled on by the defendant. There was never a point where this witness, Mr. Lasso, says that he himself was attacked, although he wondered or feared that maybe I'm next. He could turn on me. So 2 counts. Sometimes the system does this. When you attack a law enforcement officer, it's treated differently in the system than when you attack regular citizen. I'm all for supporting law enforcement officers, but I don't like the laws saying, but this person is worth more than that person. I think it should be all equal. Maybe stiffer penalties all around, to make them equal, instead of having a greater penalty for a certain person. Although I can see the argument on the other side. Somebody who's putting their life on the line deserves some sort of protection as well. But I'm okay with the attempted murder on this. I think this is adequate. This is not overcharged on this one. I just think that possibly the guy he attacked with a baseball bat, probably they should have charged the same thing there as well. Let's see. Yes, the next day, I think there was a statement, and this will come in at a later point. I think it came in during the opening statements already, but there was a statement he made at the jail, at arraignment or something, when they were trying to get him up to go to court. He's like, "Oh, I can't. I don't feel good. Really, really tired. Had a rough day yesterday. Tried to kill a judge yesterday. Guys, I'm just not feeling going to court today. I'm very sore." So yeah, I think that will come in. Age does come into play. I see that. There should be protections there. I see that. The victim was his brother. That's the baseball bat one. Melissa says, "Hey guys, how's this trial going?" Oh, it's crazy, especially if you're watching it on Zoom. The public Zoom. Well, you can't anymore. The judge just shut that off because twice now somebody's played an inappropriate video on the Zoom feed, and the clerk or the court staff member that is over that does not know how to fix that. I think banning somebody from Zoom would probably be an easier move than that, but I'm not worried about how hard coming at somebody with a weapon that can, with its single blow, kill them. I'd say that's attempted murder. Maybe I'm overcharging that, but do you think he still has that union job? Different union. Now, instead of working at the, what was it, pipe fitters, now he's probably doing the license plate stampers, which is arguably a larger union, lower pay, but larger union, and representation is much more expensive. The union dues for that one, obviously sometimes called legal fees, are quite expensive. The bat victim was his brother. Is there any audio besides what we've already seen? Maybe, but is any enhanced? There could be another angle. Let me show you this. First of all, I forget who sent me this, but thank you, whoever did. Let's clear that. The audio in court. They keep talking about this JAVS system. Ready? JAVS. These are the mics. Thank you very much. These are the mics. This is a flex cam and a flex mic. The system works together. And we've seen this. This is the same system we've seen in the last trial. We've seen it in Judge Cedric Simpson's court. This JAVS, this Justice AV system, is a all-in-one Windows-based rack-mounted, because this is the rack mount part, audio recording system that records the proceedings of court. It also switches the cameras. So it's like a Zoom, but it's sort of like a hardware version of Zoom. I forgot what the question was. I don't know where I was going with this one. But these are the mics. Unfortunately, I cannot buy one of these mics. They're specially formulated to work with their little server up here, and they're not just XLR inputs. I do like them though. They have variable inputs as far as the pickup pattern. So you can say I want it to pick up in where it's pointed but not behind it, or I want to pick up front and back but not the sides. Really cool mics there, boundary mics. All right. Anyway, that's JAVS. I'm not sure why I said that. Oh, yes, that's the question. Is there audio besides what we've already seen, and maybe, but is any enhanced? The only recording we have is JAVS. I don't believe there was any media in there recording themselves, so that's all we've got. And JAVS chooses which camera to show based on who's talking. It's an automated switcher. I manually switch things here so I can show what I want to show when I want to show it. The computer decides what camera to show based on where it thinks the sound is coming from to the microphones. So I don't think we're going to have, we might have some better video, but I don't think we're going to have any better audio. Yeah, a different angle from the back of the court. I think it shows, it's the overall view that's recorded, and I think it shows him making the big leap. They stopped making license plates in prison because it's cruel and unusual punishment. They're making plates for They're making plates for cars they can't drive. Cruel and unusual punishment. I thought they also made don't prisons use the license plates as like signage in the prison? It's like, hey, we need a sign. Well, we've got this material here. Well, let's just stamp one out and exit this way on the state license plate sign. At what point did the marshal get hurt? Wasn't it before he went to the bench? It was during a Mama of Three. This is they've mentioned this, but that huge gash, that flap that they've talked about, the requiring 26 stitches in his head. I forget which one it was. A lot of stitches. In rushing to the scene, he basically tripped and hit his head, caught the corner of something. But it was, as far as I can tell, it was before he had actually engaged with Mr. Redden that injury was sustained. It was in the process, but they can't really charge Mr. Redden for that directly because he didn't cause it. But it was in the line of duty. It's workers' comp covers it, but yeah, it was not caused by Mr. Redden. I'd actually love to make a few license plates, like engineering stuff. Are you professing your desire to commit a crime by fraudulently making license plates? I'm just kidding. The prison near me makes glasses frames for the state medical insurance. So if they don't fit, who do you blame? Hurt his shoulder as well, I thought. I'm not sure if the shoulder injury happened while he fell or if it happened in the struggle. That part I'm not sure about, but I think the gash was sort of self-caused. That is totally something that would happen to me, says AC. He caused it by his actions. That's going to be the but-for argument, right? Coffee-flavored lady. But for Mr. Redden leaping over the bench and attacking the judge, this injury never would have occurred. Most furniture in federal offices is prison made. It's because they're the lowest bidder. Their labor costs are so low. Very few companies can compete with that. 20 cents an hour. Kim, have a good night. Kim, have a good night. I could get behind that but for, says Jen Jo. I don't know where that we're going to go witness-wise on this case going forward. I can't imagine having any more animated witnesses than we have with Mr. Lasso. Michael Lasso is absolutely incredible. I think we probably will have one, possibly two, of the court deputies who testify, and maybe even a DA who was there who sort of stepped up to help. I think they should call, and this is you might say this is mean of me, but I think they should call his attorney, who stood there and watched the whole thing and did nothing, and have him testify that he stood there and watched the whole thing and did nothing. That was Mr. Redden's original attorney, who just walked up to the bench to get a better view and observed sort of silently. I think they should call him and make him own up to that. The least he could do if he wasn't capable of stepping in is attempt to phone and get help. But we do hear in the audio towards the end of the video that was been shown, it sounds like another officer in a very flowery language requesting firmly that assistance be called for. Okay, Pick, I see your comment there. I have not seen anything about that, and I hesitate to put it up on the screen. I just don't know if there was that sort of connection there with the Georgia shooter yesterday. Where's Mom? Can they mute all the incoming audio on Zoom? I don't know anything about it. Yes, they can, Rachel. It's Rachel, right? Not Raquel. They can mute it, and they have, but they have not been able to stop the video. So the video keeps coming in. Either way, the Zoom feed is being disrupted. And I wonder, especially after it was disrupted yesterday, Zoom chicka wow. Since I wonder if it's disrupted yesterday, if people went out and recorded it, probably illegally because the judge does not allow it to be recorded, but recorded what happened today, and it might end up on social media. Even if it was possibly from somebody who was involved in the Zoom bombing, sort of documenting it for posterity. Look what I did. Thought I heard the emergency alarm was set off also in the courtroom. Yes, the piercing alarm, ear-splitting alarm was set off, and it's played on very high volume in this courtroom, and my ears are still ringing from that. I think it gave us all tinnitus. Oh, Sim says you're required to look at what prison industries have to offer before you buy off the open market. You have to buy from prison. So they have not a monopoly, but they definitely have a privileged position when it comes to being chosen as a vendor. When I was working for the metal building company that I did, let's see, back in, up till, 2000, something like that. I forget when I quit. When I was working for them, we worked with prison industries. And so we'd have, not the inmates wouldn't come and place orders. They weren't allowed to do that. But sort of like the managers of the inmates would come and place orders. And they were building all sorts of stuff. They were doing work projects on their own in the prison. They had a garden that they were growing, and all sorts of cool things they were doing. Work is good for people. Yes, I think if you're going to incarcerate somebody, just locking them up and keeping them out of society is not the right answer. Giving them opportunities to better themselves and improve themselves, learn a skill, gain the ability to function in a career, a job prospect for when they get out. I think that's amazing. And while we're on it, oh my goodness, this is my hobby horse, but I think the system is rigged unfairly against inmates after they serve. They serve their time. They get out. They're supposed to be back in society. A lot of them are on parole, and one of the conditions of parole is they get a job. Trying to find a job as a convicted felon is very, very difficult. And I have the utmost respect and kudos to all those companies who have either structured a business strictly to do this, or have adapted their business to allow inmates, convicted felons, somebody who has that the black mark on their record, to work and hold a job. And I think that is so important for getting back into society and doing so in a safe manner. But it's humane to make them work. The alternative, Virginia, the alternative is to leave them in their cell all day, which is an option. 23 in, 1 out is an option, and most of the inmates would prefer to work than not. Well, we just finish up the last few minutes of this break. I just want to take the opportunity to remind you about the podcast coming up on this channel tonight, the Not Relevant podcast with myself and Thomas, who is Weather Watch, one of our great mods, good friend of mine. We're going to be talking tonight about all sorts of fun stuff, and I don't know what it is. I have to look and maybe add a few things myself to the agenda to see. We don't necessarily cover everything that's on the agenda. Sometimes we barely touch it, but They need a catchy name like Slammerzon. Oh my goodness. Amazon would sue them in a heartbeat, but that is a really funny name. Slammer Amazon mixed together. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thanks for being a member. Love that. Love that. My garden uses prison labor. I think all too often the system fails the inmates, and I say that not meaning that people who commit crimes have all these rights and they should be able to receive XYZ treatment and services. I think society is failed when prison fails the inmates. When we say that that we're going to punish you and incarcerate you for a period of time, we do that with the expectation that when we let you out, you will be a changed person, that you will no longer be, have the same desire to commit the crimes or similar crimes that you were incarcerated for in the first place. So rehabilitation, I think, is key, is absolutely key to lower the recidivism rates. The Fed prison on England Air Force Base, Elgin Air Force Base. The prisoners cut the lawns, landscape, to practice softball, try to beat the active duty teams. I like that. Prison softball team. Where did I go to politics? I don't think I touched politics, did I? Reverend Beasy? I'm just talking about society in general, that we're better served. If we're going to incarcerate someone for a limited period of time and let them out, don't we have a duty to make sure that they have an opportunity to be a better person when they come out, or a changed person? Otherwise, why not just lock people up forever? Just build more and more cells and not let people out. If we're not gonna help them and bring them around. Hear the jets flying overhead. You might hear those as well. When I was younger, I had a contract to work as a prison cleaner, and that was max 9 months, but finished in half the time. Free bed and food, but they stopped when they let me go. There you go. Mel says, "This is why I can never make the podcast." Preemptive Pickles. Okay, we'll steer away. Some prisoners even get paid to take college courses while incarcerated. I'm not sure about getting paid to take college courses. They might get free or low cost education. I don't know about getting paid to go to school. If it is, I mean, we're not talking anything anywhere close to minimum wage. Court is late coming back. They've been late over and over. That's the problem when you build the courthouse next to the casino. Everyone goes out on break and they're like, "Oh, I'll just be a minute." And next thing you know, they're $200 poorer and they're late for court. YSL Audio is making me mad. AWOL. You're into the Young Thug trial for the long haul. AWOL. You've got another year ahead of you at least. So take a breather. Take a breather. I don't think it's ending anytime soon, unless it's going to be a mistrial. Slots in the court lobby. I think they're in the break room for sure. Seriously, have you ever seen a place in Las Vegas, a commercial establishment that does not have slot machines? They're practically, if you go to a grocery store, like anywhere else in the world, you're going to see those little gumball machines, little stickers. You put 2 quarters in, and you get some random little toy that probably belongs in the Cracker Jack box. Vegas, everywhere you would have the gumball machines, there's a one-armed bandit. There's a video poker. There's something else. It's everywhere, even in the airport. How many people do you think missed their flight in Las Vegas because they think, oh, just one more pull, and then I'll win. Wait, I've almost got it. Was what do they call it when they accumulate? You've got the big prize. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's like eventually it's going to break, right? It's going to be any minute. It's the next one. Love a layover at Las Vegas airports. Lots of missed flights. A progressive jackpot. That's it. Progressive slots. Kaylee May, I won big at the airport. Do churches have slots? They got bingo. Yeah. That's definitely not skill based. Won $50 on a Vegas flight layover. Statistically, you have better odds of winning the getting compensated by the airlines for having a flight delayed, I think, than winning the lottery at the airport. Selena, true fact, I love casinos, but I'm a people watcher. I love when I go to a restaurant, I sit so I can see the door, but I also just like to watch people and how they interact with each other and how they act in public and everything else. I love casinos for that reason. Not a big gambler. My best bet on winning the lottery or gambling is if Weather Watch decides to split his winnings with me one of these days. We are late on the break back from court. It's supposed to be 15 minutes. It's stretched to 20, 25 now. A little bit longer. Twice now the jury's been late. Sim says, incarcerated workers in the United States are paid a very low wage, with hourly wage ranging from 14 cents an hour to $1.41 an hour. Now, I realize that is not very much money, right? Think of minimum wage. I think the federal minimum wage. I think is $8.75 or something, $9.25 an hour. I don't even know anymore what minimum wage is federally, and this is obviously well below that. But as far as what they need to pay for, look at Sarah Boone's case. Paper and pens. That's about it. Things you can get out of the commissary. Your 3 square meals, cot on a bed, a roof over your head, all that is covered by the state. So you don't have much to do. $7.25 is federal. I'm out of touch. Yes, several people have sent me pictures of Aldi is now carrying spicy maple bourbon pickles. As soon as I go back east, as soon as I get back home, or we're doing a trip to Aldi, I'll try them and make sure. My suspicion is they're all coming from the same factory because they're identical. You cannot tell in a blind taste test. You cannot tell the difference between Walmart spicy maple bourbon pickles and spicy maple bourbon pickles from Food Lion. And I bet Aldi is just a rebrand, different label, same package, same stuff. Here in California, they send inmates to fight wildfires. They can't force them to, I believe, but that is that is an awesome job. First of all, the work they do, they're saving people's lives. It's hero type work, very rewarding on that front, but incredibly dangerous and incredibly. It's a rigorous job. And I mean, I've had some friends that did that and loved that. They were smoke jumpers, and they would get called up and they'd go fight fires, and they'd get, literally you'd parachute down with gear and you're trying to build a defensive line. It's nuts. It's nuts. But the training they get, for when the fire turns on you, because fire will. It'll be blowing one direction and then it will turn on you. The training they get for what they do with the little shelter that they carry on their waist is like basically saran wrap, foil that they put over themselves and build a shelter and have to seal the edges down so that the superheated air from the fire doesn't get in and literally sear your lungs, so that even if you're alive and breathing, your lungs can't get any air because they've been burned on the inside. It's crazy. I would never want to do that. Never, ever, ever. The closest I've come to that is doing communications for crews that are working a wildfire up on the mountain, and the government's radios didn't work, and so ham radio operators stepped in with better equipment and more knowledge about how to make it work. And we did communications for fire crews to coordinate airdrops and water drops and things like that. That was a lot of fun to see that. We also put APRS trackers in the packs of some of the guys, so we could literally track on the map where they were on the mountain without them radio in and saying, "No, I'm headed over the hill this way, we're over here." We knew exactly where they were with little GPS trackers. That was a lot of fun. Ari has no gaps in his resume. I like to think I had no gaps, but there was at least 7 months where I did pretty much nothing. Nothing that was financially rewarding in any way. At this point, I'm wondering if the defendant has changed his plea. Why are we still... Uh-oh. Battery's dying. There we go. iPad's charging again. We almost lost the counter. It was down in the single digits on the battery. GeoHam, it lapsed and I need to renew. I think I'm still in the grace period. Otherwise, I just have to take the test again, and then maybe I'll request a vanity call sign and get my old one back. So, let's see. Jim Bob says I have the opposite issue. My resume is a giant gap. They call it a gap year when it's in school, but when you're done with school, or when you're like a grown-up like me and you don't work, they don't call it a gap year anymore. Sometimes they use the term sabbatical, and that's nice, but usually that means that you're independently wealthy enough and you could just take time off. I'd love to be a ham operator. I have not had the time to put any effort into ham radio in quite a while. But my wife and I were both licensed hams. We need to renew our licenses. Are gap decades a thing? It should be, DMB. I can't give out my my call sign because it's registered. It gives out registered addresses and things like that. We don't give that out. RA and Mrs. RA met over the CB in Big Sags. I was like, breaker 19. This is a big deal. Anybody got their ears on? No, I did use a CB for a lot of years before I got my ham radio license. I love that. Mostly I caused grief for passing truckers. I think sorry AWOL. for those that drive truck, I have so much respect for you, by the way. As a kid, I was that annoying little voice that would pop up on there and ask you questions and giggle. A ham is a phrase for amateur radio. I'm not sure where the ham came from. But it's amateur radio. They just add an H. If this is another late juror, they need to be sanctioned or booted. I say if it's the same juror, the one whose name has been outed for being late today, when the bailiff read her name out loud on live over the air, I think she's eliminated. Yes, ham radio over computer, it's cheating in many ways, especially if that's the only way you use a ham radio. When the computer networks go down, which they will in a major event, you won't be able to talk. You still need to, you've got to be able to work an antenna. You've got to be able, to figure out propagation and everything else to get those signals to travel long distances without the internet. Brandy Churchwell has some great faces as well. It's hobbyist amateur radio. The word ham was applied in 1908 as the station call of the first amateur wireless station operated by some amateurs on the Harvard Radio Club. Adam says, some of us understand propagation. Yeah, I never got into the fun stuff, doing like moon bounce and things like that, but I understand the theory. Whoa! Oh, so they got another guy? They rounded up another willing victim to help out with Sarah Boone? Sublimation? Is that what you're talking about? Like T-shirts? Is that what you're asking? She has 2 lawyers. The ad worked. Talk about bang for your buck. She could probably work at an ad agency if she ever gets out. There's a sucker born every minute, says Kells Bells. I am happy. First of all, I think having 2 lawyers helps that she's able to talk to one and then the other. If she's mad at one, she can talk to the other. That might help and lower the stress level of the first attorney. I also think that her case is quite serious, and having a second set of eyes looking at it, not a problem. Boone went from 0 to 2 lawyers overnight. They split the discovery. I'll take box 1, you take box 2. Yes, for sure the court stream is not paused. I'm seeing motion. I've never been to a HEB or an HEB. I'm not sure which one is right. I've never been there. I just barely experienced Lowe's Foods for the first time, as they built one in Greenville before we moved. They ran a small radio station. I ran a small radio station in England. Unlicensed broadcast station in England. I don't know what the statute of limitations is, but I built it myself. Soldering iron, little tiny circuit board, lots of fun things. Ran off a 9-volt battery. I had to tune it with a little tiny plastic. It's called a pot, P-O-T. It was a pirate radio, very much a pirate radio. I thought it was more like walkie-talkie level broadcast, and it had I guess you'd call it a dipole antenna, but it ran off a 9-volt battery and had a built-in condenser microphone, which was super for picking up any sounds in the house. And with just 2 little antennas, it's about 2 feet long, I turned it on and tuned it, and we got in the car and drove away for a ways. About a 5-mile range is what I was putting out a solid stereo signal to, which was more than I expected. I still have the equipment somewhere, although I've desoldered it so it's not a complete pirate radio right now. I did buy it from a like a spy company magazine, and they weren't legal to sell fully manufactured, so I had to build it myself. Oh man, I can't visit England, guys, because they'll be like, it was you. We'll talk to the Crown, put a warrant out for your arrest. Now I can't go back to England because I've told you about my past. I also told you about the duck. So the goose. Between that and the dinner goose that we had, which really shouldn't be a problem in England because it was a Canadian goose. If anybody would have a problem, it would be Canada. But between those two things, I think I can't go back. All crimes expired when the Queen died. I hope that's a thing. Okay, let's see. It's only swans that are protected, not geese. We did not eat a swan. Do you need a hunting license to harvest geese in England from the canal using bread as bait? Oh my goodness. You can just run down to the local pond in England and harvest a goose. You mean, well, we were hiding from the still flapping goose in a backpack, riding from our bikes from the cops, and they stopped us because we didn't have our lights or helmets on, and we were worried that the goose was going to quack or something, honk in the bag because it was not quite dead yet. I was petrified. We could have just carried it with us and be like, this is a goose for dinner. It was so good. Oh, it was so delicious. Let's see. Genjo asked a great question that takes us back to what we're actually here to talk about, which is court. Is it common for the state to pay for defense experts when the defense has privately retained lawyers? Only if you're declared indigent, which means basically you have no monies. You're broke. You're broke, young, dumb, and broke. I don't know which. Well, one of those three. When you're broke, you have the right to a defense. Okay, you have a right to a lawyer. This is the right that we recognize in the United States, and the lawyer has the right to get paid for his work. So somebody has to pay. It turns out to be the government. That's our tax dollars at work. In some of these more complex cases, that defense, the lawyer can make an argument for, and if they convince the judge of the argument, it may need an expert witness to come in, an expert or two or three, or in Sarah's case, four, to come in and work the case to prepare her adequate defense. And in that case, the state does pick up the tab for that. That's why they have that JACS specifically just to handle those and to decide how much money they can pay. It's not a blank check. You can't just hire as many as you want. According to Peter, she's supposed to be paid. I don't know. She has no money. Okay, she has no money. She was renting an apartment or renting a condo. I don't think she has assets to her name. She's not working. She has family on the outside, so any finance that she had till now has probably been applied towards her kid or something like that. Goose fried rice. This hour, ham and goose. Yes. Cooked the goose in England. Yes, we did. It was right around Thanksgiving here in the United States. That was the idea. Of course, there were no wild turkeys, or else we would have gone with one of those. I'm trying to figure out what the court is doing. This was a 15-minute break. Does goose say taste like chicken or duck? I'd say closer to duck than chicken. Where does the expression "your goose is cooked" come from? I don't know. That sounds like a great Google question, though. I have seen the videos of Sarah Boone when she was on Nickelodeon a long, long time ago. You ate a not dead goose. No. Kathy, welcome, by the way. Kathy from Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. The goose we ate was alive, and we unalived it in the typical manner, which is called, you wring the neck of the goose. But once you've done that, the goose does not just immediately just become like, it's still, there's still movement, and it was in the backpack, and it was definitely like dead. There was the neck wringing was not done by me, was done quite professionally, but it was plucked and cleaned and stuffed with stuffing and cooked. October, every time a goose attacks me at a park, I think it's because they've communicated with each other and passed on what happened to their relative. Has anyone had domestic homing pigeons? I have not. I've always wondered how these work. It's like running around with a chicken with its head cut off. Fact. Yeah, that phrase is there for a reason. Dead goose still flops. Okay, I don't know. Has it been an hour yet? Has it been 45 minutes? When did we go to break? Let me. I can look. I've got my live stream up here. Let's see. Here we are now. We're going back 27, 35, 40, 45. It has been. It's been 47, 48 minutes. The 15-minute break has stretched on to thrice its original length. Thrice. That's a real word. You can add that to the vocabulary. That means 3 times. Anna says, my first attempt at hatching homebred meat chickens. First egg just started to pip. That's exciting. I've always wanted chickens. Not necessarily roosters, just chickens. Clark County, Nevada gives them a list of employers that will hire felons. That is awesome, Sherry. I like that. I've thought about, actually before I started live streaming, I thought about starting a business that did hire felons. There's a town that has a festival for a headless chicken. I have to look it up, but I think the chicken lived a long time after being beheaded. Oh, man. Miss McGuire, I teased this a little bit, but the longer we wait, the more I think this is a possibility. Do you think the guy's like, hey, should I just plead guilty? Because I am. DMB, thank you for seconding my thrice. Thank you, Mark. Thanks for stopping by. Great to have you here. Get the rooster to protect the chickens, and then you get the donkey. Oh, here we go. You get the donkey to protect the rooster, because a donkey won't a donkey like kill a coyote? That was a long break. Might be about the Zoom issue. There may be legal requirements for them to do Zoom. You thought about that? I'm tempted to see if we can find the link to Zoom and connect to see if they're running it again. Rooster is useless against most predators. According to Court TV, the attorneys entered the courtroom and then went into the judge's chambers. Now they're texting. Let me see if I can check on Twitter. Oh, Braxton found me a Javs system on eBay. Pre-owned Javs system. Somebody's selling their court audio recorder. $850. I'll have to pass on that one. I wonder if he's going to plea here. Let's see. Not sure why he's doing sign language like this, but wonder what's going on here. Oh, wow. Akron, Ohio has a major fire at a chemical factory. Authorities are bracing for an explosion. That was an hour ago. Half-mile radius evacuation zone. This is going to be an hour-long break at this point. Future, I hear you. The day is winding on. Josh, yes, for a second time during this trial, somebody has Zoom bombed the court feed with an inappropriate video. This time there was no audio that we heard over the court system, but the court clerk did verify that there was in fact a video that was played on the Zoom that was highly inappropriate. The judge questioned the two sides, and both of them agreed that they should cut the feed and said they could just watch on court TV. Okay, still trying to find some good posts, maybe somebody in the courtroom that can give us an update on why this delay is taking so long. I've got nothing. If you guys are seeing anything, let me know. I'm not seeing any explanation for the delay. Think it's a plea deal right now? I would say that's a possibility. I would lean more towards we've got a problem with a juror. I missed a funny part. What did I miss? Man, I'm tired as well. The court and channel 8 are silent. This means that it's done in judges' chambers, that nobody else has heard about this. Back up like a minute. I'll watch on my feed. I'm not going to change yours. Talking with his attorney. Lots of nodding. So things are being explained to him, I would think. Oh. Now what? Up, down. Looks like the judge might be back, but he's not standing yet. The jury's not here. Yes, this is Clark County. You can try out the Zoom links. I don't think they're live, but I can see there's a point where Mr. Redden really, there was a joke of some sort.
You all may be seated. Okay, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are there any representations that you'd like to make?
Your Honor, it is my understanding that Mr. Redden is going to plead guilty but mentally ill to all of the charges in the second amended second amended indictment that was previously filed. The state is willing to stipulate to allow him to withdraw his prior pleas of guilty so that he can enter pleas of guilty but mentally ill to counts 2 through 7. And he's also pleading guilty but mentally ill to count 1.
And that's our understanding, Your Honor. He's prepared to
wow.
work with the plea agreement.
Okay.
A change of plea mid-trial.
Right,
but in terms of the negotiations, Your Honor, there are no negotiations. Each side will argue for a lawful sentence under the statute.
Okay. All right. Mr. Redden?
Yes.
I'm going to be asking your lawyer to state in open court the substance of the plea agreement. In other words, the primary, the most important terms of the negotiations or agreement between you and the state. Actually, this is a guilty plea memorandum.
Correct.
Okay. I want you to listen carefully, as after your lawyer's done speaking, I'm going to ask you if you heard him and if you agree that this is what the parties have agreed to enter into. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Arnold?
Your Honor, he's agreed to plead guilty, but mentally ill to count 1, attempted murder, victim 60 years of age or older. Count 2, battery on a protected person, resulting in substantial bodily harm, victim over 60 years of age or older. Count 3, intimidating a public officer. Count 4, battery on an officer resulting in substantial bodily harm. Count 5, performance of act or neglect of duty in willful or wanton disregard of safety of persons or property, resulting in substantial bodily harm or death. Count 6, battery by prisoner. Count 7, unlawful act related to human excrement or bodily fluid.
Okay. And this is what I will do. Once I canvass Mr. Redden, I will go ahead and allow him to withdraw his guilty plea with respect to the counts 2 through 7.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did I get the numbers right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Redden?
Yes.
Did you hear your lawyer just state the substance of the guilty plea memorandum?
Yes.
Okay. Did he accurately state the terms that you had agreed in order to resolve the criminal charges lodged against you?
Yes.
Do you read, write, and understand the English language?
I do.
Okay. Did you receive a copy of the guilty plea memorandum?
I did.
Did you review the second amended indictment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you receive a copy of that as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you need me to read the second amended indictment now and before we take your plea?
No, you don't.
Okay. Before accepting your guilty plea, there's a number of questions I'm going to have to ask you in order to assure me you are entering a valid plea. If you do not understand any of my questions, will you please let me know so that I can rephrase them?
I will.
If at any time you wish to take a break in the proceedings so that you can discuss matters in private with your lawyer, will you let me know so that I can give you an opportunity to do so?
Yes.
How old are you, sir?
I'm 31.
Where were you born?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
What is the extent of your education?
12.
Did you graduate from high school?
No.
Would it be fair to say you dropped out in the 12th grade?
Yes.
Okay. You finished the 11th grade?
Yes.
Okay. Are you taking any medications or suffering from any medical, physical, or mental health conditions that would interfere with your ability to understand these proceedings and the terms of the guilty plea memorandum?
I am on mental health meds, but as long as I'm on that, I don't believe that it will affect any of my
Okay.
resistance stand.
Well, I know that you've got to be on some medication, sir. I think we've been discussing that here today. But I want to know, are you taking any medications or suffering from any medical, physical, or mental health conditions that would interfere with your ability to understand what is going on here today or the terms of the guilty plea memorandum?
Oh, no.
You fully understand?
Yes.
Have you had an ample opportunity to discuss your case with your lawyer, Mr. Arnold?
Yes.
Are you satisfied to have him as your lawyer and the advice that he has given to you?
Yes.
Do you understand you are entitled to have an attorney represent you at every stage of the proceeding lodged against you?
Yes.
Do you understand you're entitled to a trial by jury, at which in order to convict you, all of the jurors would have to agree that you are guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand at trial you would be presumed to be innocent, and the state would have to overcome that presumption and prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand that to do this, the witnesses for the state would have to come to court and testify in your presence, and your lawyer could cross-examine those witnesses?
Yes.
Do you also understand that your lawyer could object to evidence offered by the state at the trial and could call witnesses and present evidence on your behalf?
Yes.
Do you understand at trial, while you have the right to testify if you chose to do so, you also would have the right not to testify, and if you decided not to testify at your trial, the state would not be able to use the fact you did not testify in any way to prove its case?
Yes.
Do you understand that by entering your guilty pleas, you are giving up these rights and other rights listed in the guilty plea memorandum?
Yes.
Are you aware of the penalties for committing the crimes which are listed in count 1 through count 7?
Yes.
I'd like to review all of them with you. This will take a little bit of time, but I want to make sure you understand, okay?
This is the maximum sentence
You
he can face.
understand, as a consequence of entering a plea of guilty but mentally ill, you have the burden of establishing your mental illness by a preponderance of the evidence.
Oh, yes.
Do you understand that except as otherwise provided by specific statute, as a defendant who has entered such a plea, you would be subject to the same criminal, civil, and administrative penalties and procedures as a defendant who regularly just pleads guilty? Sure. Do you understand, except as provided by specific statute, as a defendant who has entered a plea of guilty but mentally ill, you are subject to the same criminal, civil, and administrative penalties and procedures as a defendant who pleads guilty?
Yes.
Okay.
So same penalties for mentally ill?
Okay, do you understand that if the court finds by a preponderance of the evidence you are not mentally ill at the time of sentencing, that the court may impose any sentence that the court is authorized to impose upon a defendant who pleads or is found guilty of the same offense, or that you are mentally ill at the time of or if you are mentally ill at the time of sentencing, the court shall impose any sentence the court is authorized to impose upon a defendant who pleads or is found guilty of the same offense, and include in that sentence an order that you, during the period of your confinement or probation, be given or obtain such treatment as is medically indicated for your mental illness. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That's all set forth on page 2 of the guilty plea memorandum. Okay, do you understand that as a consequence of your plea of guilty but mentally ill, the court must sentence you as follows? First, with respect to count 1, the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 2 years and a maximum term of not more than 20 years, plus a consecutive sentence of 1 year to 20 years for the age enhancement. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand the minimum term of imprisonment may not exceed 40% of the maximum term of imprisonment?
Yes.
Do you also understand that you also may be fined?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you are eligible for probation for the offense to which you are pleading guilty?
Yes, I understand.
Do you also understand, except as provided by statute, the question of whether you receive probation is in the discretion of the sentencing judge?
Yes.
With respect to count 2, do you understand that the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 2 years and a maximum term of not more than 10 years, plus a consecutive sentence of 2 years, minimum 2 years to 10 years for the age enhancement?
Yes.
Another 4 to 20.
As with count 1, do you understand that the minimum term of imprisonment may not exceed 40% of the maximum term of imprisonment?
Yes.
Do you also understand in that situation you may also be fined for that?
Yes.
And as like count 1, do you also understand you are eligible for probation for the offense to which you are pleading guilty, meaning count 2?
Yes.
With respect to count 3, do you understand that the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 1 year and a maximum term of not more than 5 years?
Yes.
Do you also understand that you could be fined up to $10,000?
Yes.
And as with respect to counts 1 and 2, the minimum term of imprisonment may not exceed 40% of the maximum term of imprisonment?
Yes.
And I might save a little bit of time, but the minimum term of imprisonment may not exceed 40% of the maximum term of imprisonment would also apply to counts 4, 5, and 6, and 7. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And you also understand
All right,
that
so-
you are eligible for probation with
Yeah.
respect to those other counts,
Yes,
as well as count 3.
yes.
Your Honor, I think count 7 is actually non-probationable.
Okay.
Let's see what count 7 is.
I will get to count 7. I thank you, counsel, for doing that. You are not eligible for probation with respect to count 7. We will get to that in a few moments. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to count 4, do you understand the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 2 years and a maximum term of not more than 10 years?
Yes.
Do you understand in that instance you may be fined up to $10,000?
Yes.
With respect to count 5, do you understand that the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 1 year and a maximum term of not more than 5 years?
Yes.
Do you also understand you could be fined up to $10,000 with respect to that count?
Yes.
With respect to count 6, do you understand that the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 1 year and a maximum term of not more than 6 years?
Yes.
Do you also understand in that instance you could be fined up to $5,000?
Yes.
Okay, and that again is with respect to count 6. With respect to count 7, do you understand that the court must sentence you to imprisonment in the Nevada Department of Corrections for a minimum term of not less than 2 years and a maximum term of not more than 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. And you do understand that you are not eligible for probation for the offense to which you're pleading guilty with respect to count 7?
Yes.
And do you understand you could also be fined up to $10,000?
Yes.
And in any case, that the law does require you to pay certain administrative assessment fees?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a lot of numbers. They have not ruled anything yet. There's no sentence
yet. The court may
yet.
order you to make restitution to any victim of the offense to which you are pleading guilty.
Yes.
Has anyone threatened you or forced you to plead guilty but mentally ill?
No.
Has anyone told you if you do not plead guilty but mentally ill, some other adverse action will be taken against you?
No.
And I take it that you have you've received a copy of the guilty plea memorandum.
Yes.
Okay. And your signature is affixed thereon on page 8. Is that right?
That's true.
And your lawyer, Mr. Arnold, he signed the guilty plea memorandum on page 9.
Yes.
Prior to signing the guilty plea memorandum, did you read it?
Yes, I did.
Did you discuss it with your lawyer before you signed it?
Yeah, I did.
Did he answer all of your questions?
Yes, he did.
Did you sign the guilty plea memorandum willfully, knowingly, and voluntarily?
Yes.
Do you feel you understand the terms of the guilty plea memorandum?
I do.
Has anyone made any promise to you other than those set forth within the guilty plea memorandum that induced or caused you to plead guilty but mentally ill?
I'm sorry.
Sure. Has anyone made any promise to you other than those set forth within the guilty plea memorandum that induced or caused you to plead guilty but mentally ill?
No.
You understand that later on, when there are requests with respect to sentences or any sentences that may be agreed to by your lawyer, and the lawyers for the state would not be binding upon the sentencing judge.
I don't understand what that means.
Do you understand that sentencing is totally up to me?
Okay, yes.
That's irrespective of whatever your attorney argues to me.
Mm-hmm.
If later on there's deals made between your lawyer and the lawyers for the state, I don't have to abide by those deals. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you also understand that you might, on the basis of your guilty plea but mentally ill, receive, if there was any deals going on, that that you could receive a more severe sentence than that, either requested, recommended, stipulated, argued by your lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions as to what you're alleged to have done within the second amended indictment?
No.
Do I need to review all that with him?
He's never been canvassed as to count 1, Your Honor. I think the parties can agree to incorporate the factual basis from his previous plea as to counts 2 through 7, but he's never been canvassed as to count 1.
Okay, let me go through that. I don't have that right in front of me, so let me pull it up.
Hey, that's my ringer too. Okay, so depending on whether these are consecutive or concurrent sentences, he could be spending like
I'm gonna go through all the
14 to
counts.
96. If they're
Okay.
concurrent, it could be as low as 4 years.
Okay, I'm looking at it's called the amended indictment. And it was filed on August 30th.
It's the second amendment that was filed on Tuesday, Your Honor. That's the charging document we're going off of.
Okay.
This is wild. He changed his plea mid-trial
Okay, I
to
need
plead
it.
guilty on all charges.
Yeah,
He was just
apparently it
fighting
was
the
filed in open court, counsel, and for whatever
most
reason,
serious
hasn't
ones.
made it yet, but they're going to do it like right this minute. I'm going to email them right now, Your Honor.
I can email the court a copy if you want to read from it electronically.
If you got a file stamp on it, I'd be happy to do that.
Please give it to me.
In fact, counsel, would you approach?
They approach again. We do have a podcast coming up tonight in about half an hour. About half an hour or so, I think. Weather Watch, is that right? I've built the thumbnail for it. I believe we're giving away some memberships, gifting memberships tonight. So please, if you're in gray and want to be in green, please make it to the podcast because we'll try to give those away right at the beginning. I see somebody has liked it. Oh, Greeners, there you are. Greeners is there. Greeners first in chat again. But somebody liked it before they talked. I'm going to get rid of their live reactions. Save, dismiss. Greeners and Adam back to back. What are they looking at rings for? They're joking about rings? His wedding ring? Apparently, according to the law that the judge read, the defendant gets sentenced the same if he is mentally ill as a defendant who pled guilty, which means it could be as little as 4 years because of the age enhancement for the attempted murder, to as much as 96 if everything is concurrent. I'd reckon that if the court does find that he is mentally ill at the time of these, the sentence would be on the lighter end, but probably also order treatment. I have built a portal to the podcast. We'll do that. You don't have to worry. I've taken care of that for you.
Okay, I've got it, Miss Mercer.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Redden?
Yes.
She's got a copy that is file stamped. Well, it's not file stamped, but it is the one that was filed. I'm going to go ahead and review the second amended indictment with you, if I may, and tell me if this is what you did. And again, you're pleading guilty, but mentally ill. I appreciate that, so I may not add all of that. Okay, tell me if this is what you did with respect to count 1, attempt murder, victim 60 years of age or older, that you willfully and lawfully and feloniously and with malice aforethought attempt to kill Judge Mary Kay Holthus, who is 60 years of age or older, to wit, during your rendition of sentence, and once you knew she was about to sentence you to prison, did leap over defense counsel's table into the well of the courtroom, and thereafter rushing towards the judicial bench and jumping over it Superman style directly into Judge Mary Kay Holthus's judicial space, landing directly on top of her and immediately attacking Judge Mary Kay Holthus by grabbing her, pulling her hair, placing your hands around her throat, and or hitting her on the head by manner and means unknown. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. With
malice
respect to count
aforethought.
2, tell me if this is what you did. That,
Thank you,
and
coffee-
by the
coffee
way, this
flavored
is
lady.
on or about January 3rd,
4 months.
2024 in Clark County, Nevada. That with respect to battery on protected person resulting in substantial bodily harm, victim over 60 years of age or older, that you did willfully, unlawfully, and knowingly use force or violence upon the person of another, to wit, Judge Mary K. Holthus, who is 60 years of age or older and is a protected person employed as an 8th Judicial District Court judge while Judge Mary K. Holthus was performing the duties of an 8th Judicial District Court judge, which you knew or should have known that Judge Mary K. Holthus was an 8th Judicial District Court judge by grabbing her, pulling her hair, placing your hands around her throat, and or hitting her on the head by manner and means unknown, resulting in substantial bodily harm to Judge Mary K. Holthus. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, with respect to count 3, intimidating public officer, that on the same date, place, and time, that tell me if this is what you did, that you did willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously, directly or indirectly, address any threat or intimidation to a public officer, namely Judge Mary K. Holthus, a judicial officer with intent to induce her, contrary to her duty to do, make, omit, or delay any act, decision, or determination with use of physical force or the immediate threat of such force, to wit, during the rendition of sentence, and once you knew she was about to sentence you to prison, did leap over defense counsel's table into the well of the courtroom, thereafter rushing towards the judicial bench and jumping over it Superman style directly into Judge Mary K. Holthus's judicial space, landing directly on top of her and immediately attacking Judge Mary K. Holthus by grabbing her, pulling her hair, placing your hands around her throat, and or hitting her on the head by manner and means unknown. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
Count 4, battery on an officer resulting in substantial bodily harm. On the same date same date and place, tell me if this is what you did. That you did willfully, unlawfully, and knowingly use force or violence upon the person of another, to wit, Jay Cabralda, who is performing the duties of a peace officer employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, which you knew or should have known that Jay Cabralda was an officer by punching and or kicking and or pushing the officer, such acts resulting in substantial bodily harm. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to count 5, at the same date, place, and time, tell me if this is what you did. That count 5, performance of act or neglect of duty in willful or wanton disregard of safety of persons or property resulting in substantial bodily harm or death. That you did then and there unlawfully, willfully, unlawfully, feloniously perform an act in willful or wanton disregard of the safety of persons or property in the following manner, to wit, by jumping over the defense counsel's table into the well of the courtroom, thereafter rushing at the judicial bench and leaping over it Superman style to attack and or kill the judge, causing Marshall S. Brandon and others to respond in defense of your actions towards the judge, resulting in substantial bodily harm or death to Marshall S. Brandon. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to count 6, battery by prisoner, on the same date and place and time, tell me if this is what you did. That you did willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly use force or violence upon the person of another, to wit, Officer C. Boo, by spitting on Officer C. Boo, defendant you at the time of the offense being a prisoner in lawful custody or confinement. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
With respect to count 7, on the same date and place, and the act being unlawful act relating to human excrement or bodily fluid, tell me if this is what you did. That you did then and there willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and intentionally use, propel, discharge, or spread any human excrement or bodily fluid consisting of saliva with the intent to have the excrement or bodily fluid come into physical contact with any portion of the body of another person, or under circumstances in which the excrement or bodily fluid was reasonably likely to have come into contact with any portion of the body of another person, to wit, Officer C. Boo, whether or not such contact actually occurred while you were a prisoner in lawful confinement, you committing the offense in the following manner, to wit, by spitting saliva on Officer Boo. Did you do that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And for that reason, you are pleading guilty to committing the crimes by pleading guilty but mentally ill to committing the crimes of count 1, attempt murder, victim 60 years of age or older, a category B felony in violation of NRS 200.010, NRS 200.030, NRS 193.153, and NRS 193.167. Count 2, battery on a protected person, resulting in substantial bodily harm, victim over 60 years of age or older, a Category B felony, in violation of NRS 200.481. Count 3, intimidating public officer, a Category C felony, in violation of NRS 199.300. Count 4, battery on an officer resulting in substantial bodily harm, a Category B felony in violation of NRS 200.481. Count 5? Is that what I'm on? Count 5, performance of act or neglect of duty in willful or wanton disregard of safety of persons or property resulting in substantial bodily harm or death, a Category C felony in violation of NRS 202.595. Count 6, battery by prisoner, a Category B felony in violation of NRS 200.481 2F, and Count 7, unlawful act relating to human excrement or bodily fluid, Category B felony, in violation of NRS 212.189. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Is the state satisfied with that canvas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. At this time, I am going to allow Mr. Redden to withdraw his original guilty pleas to counts 2 through 7, and it is the finding of the court the defendant is fully competent and capable of entering an informed plea with respect to the 7 counts, and that your plea of guilty but mentally ill is a knowing and voluntary plea supported by an independent basis in fact, containing the essential elements of the offense charged, and for that reason this court accepts your guilty pleas. We need to give this gentleman a sentencing date.
Yes, and I believe the defense counsel was requesting 60 days.
Yes, Your Honor.
60 days?
60 days out
I
for
think we can
sentencing.
accommodate that.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Sure.
Judge, just for the record, was the Mr. Arnold's acknowledgement attached to the guilty plea agreement?
I've got it. Yes. Certificate of counsel?
Yes.
It's there.
Thank you.
Okay. And go ahead.
November the 7th, would you like a special time, Your Honor?
Do you want a special time?
Yes, please.
Usually I have my calendar at 8:30. Do you want to do it after? Or do you want to do it in the afternoon?
We can do 10:30 or 11, or we can do the afternoon. Whatever. Afternoon would be better.
Oh, now this shouldn't be a Wednesday.
No. I'm saying on the Thursday.
Okay. Yeah, because I have gotten where I just don't so on. There's just no way I can get it done.
So the jury is just going to go home now. They're
right
done.
Now
They've
we've got
completed their
6 criminal
service.
sessions on that. I could probably do it at noon if you want to just do it at noon.
Whatever Mr. Arnold's preference is.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll just take a later lunch, okay?
November the 7th at noon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Leo Rowley's report, left side file. Okay. Okay. And thank you very much. Well, wait, Mr. Arnold, do you want to take the defendant out now? I was going to tell the jury.
Oh, yeah, we don't need him here.
Yeah.
You don't need him?
No, we don't need him.
Okay. All right, are you ready for me to invite the jury in?
Yes, sir.
So the jury is now going to find out why the 15-minute break took an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, attach a copy, that'd be great. Sure.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to take them back.
Jury's going to file in. I
take
think
it
it's
you
for
don't
the better.
want me to tell them exactly what happened, just that there's a resolution.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The jury will find out what happened. Just hop on in here, jury members, including the ones who we publicly outed you on the live stream earlier today. Judge stands for the jury. I like that. I like that a lot.
All right, will counsel please stipulate to the presence of the jury? Yes, sir. Okay, you all may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that was a very long break, but there's a reason for it, and that is that the parties have resolved their differences between them.
The jury's like, what?
Should I go ahead and tell them? Okay.
Sure.
Essentially what Mr. Redden did was that he pled guilty to all the charges set forth within the second amended indictment, guilty but mentally ill. So as the case has been resolved, I can excuse you now and release you from your service. I want to thank you very, very much for taking your time, and I really do appreciate it. It's the only civil service that we do owe to our country, but it is really a necessary service, and I really do appreciate it, and you are excused from my thanks. At this point, you may say, well, can we talk about our experience?
Yes.
If you had a good experience in this courtroom, say, yes, we had a great experience in Department 22. If you didn't, I would appreciate that you not. I'm kidding. But yes, you may talk about your experience, and I certainly hope that whatever you have to say does encourage others to engage in jury service as well. So
As if we have a,
we're going to take you in the back, get all your badges and all of your stuff.
Eggs.
And the lawyers may want to talk to you, and if they do, I would certainly encourage you to do that, because I know I learned a lot whenever I was a lawyer sitting at those tables to hear what jurors had to say. I think it made me a better lawyer. Okay?
All right, guys, so
Thank you.
We're going to line up in the hallway. Just
And Judge, we do want to speak today if anyone wants to wait.
Okay, just...
no, bring your notebooks, bring the candy bucket.
Taking a candy bucket? All right. I know it's a little bit late.
Okay, and counsel, I may want to meet with you in the back hallway. Okay. Not now, but wait until they get into the jury room.
All right. With that, we're playing the verdict music because we have a resolution. After 2.5 days of testimony, Deobra Redden changes his plea in his trial. The jury waiting in the back room, thinking they're on a 15-minute break to continue hearing testimony, instead are brought back in to find out that no, in fact, the defendant has pled guilty to all 7 charges. He's pled guilty but mentally ill. What that means for Mr. Redden is that he will face sentencing, much like any other defendant who pled guilty. charges against them. The judge is going to issue the sentence. It will be 60 days before that hearing. At that hearing, both the prosecution and defense will have an opportunity to speak. Obviously, the defense is going to try to prove and convince the judge that, in fact, Mr. Redden is mentally ill, deserves a lighter sentence, and treatment should be the focus. The state, on the other hand, may argue that he is not mentally ill and is using his mental illness as an excuse to get out of the accountability for his crimes. So he goes back to jail. He's already in custody on other charges that really are attached to this case, because that's where this one happened. He was accused of jumping over the bench and attacking the judge, attempting to kill her, also attacking an officer, attempting to kill him. A slate of charges associated with that as well. But with the testimony from just two witnesses today, the judge and her law clerk, the law clerk being the most animated of the two, the defendant changed his mind and says, you know what? I'm not going to chance this with a jury. I'd rather have the judge listen to this one, and it will be up to her now. The judge in 60 days will provide a sentence. Interesting. He was. I will say, mental illness is definitely a factor in this case, and as it is in many cases. But this one, I think, was something that I personally thought. I looked at him and I said, "Yeah, I think something snapped. I think something was wrong upstairs." Glad that he was restored to competency. Glad that he was able to make a knowing admission of guilt in here, because he did in fact commit that. But also, a chance for him to get the treatment that he needs is probably good. Thank you all for being here. We are. Let's see. It's 5:53, which means I have to also hit this button right here. We have 7 minutes until the podcast. It has been a day and a half. The trial's over. There's no court to watch tomorrow. I'm also going to be driving, so I'm not going to be live streaming tomorrow. Possibly a brief little bit in the morning. But wow, I accidentally called it. With the change of plea mid-trial. What a day. Amber, you missed it. The trial's over. You missed it. No one spoil it for her. No one spoil it. You got to go back and watch it on the replay. I would say tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will be in 6 minutes. But no, just stay here, because we have built a portal specially sized for all of us to fit. We can all warp together to the podcast, which will begin in just minutes. Tonight we are giving away free memberships. So if you're hoping to be green on the channel, fingers crossed, it could happen for you. 10 of you are going to receive free memberships today. Everything worked out perfectly, Virginia. It really did. Podcast tonight. As soon as the podcast is over, I am packing up this studio right here. All this goes back in the bin. Wedding tomorrow. Wedding for my son. So super excited about that. We'll be headed up to Idaho. We'll be up there for the weekend. We'll be back down in Salt Lake on Monday before we begin our cross-country trip back to North Carolina. I think via a different route to see different sites. But we're all done. So podcast is coming up. I'm excited. There's some cool stuff on the storyboard. You guys be there or be square. Be good. We'll see you guys in a little bit.